How is it going? Oh boy, it's a Wednesday. It's middle of April. It's sunny outside. What are we doing inside? It's insanity. We're crazy. Anyway, this is the RambleCast. So I see one viewer in here. Quiet start to the day. Actually, maybe people are outside. Oh, and I actually need to spam Discord. I kind of forgot to do that because Discord right now, this isn't exactly relevant, but Discord right now, I'm almost frustrated to even look in there because some jackass on another server tried pulling the, oh my god, you're such a crazy hardcore lefty because you think you think some people on the right are fanatics. And it's like, yeah, dude, because seriously, look at them. Just look. There are some fanatics in that camp. Like, it's not hard to see. And he tried pulling the not to be the enlightened centrist guy, but, and it's like, dude, no. All the stuff you're saying, it is not enlightened centrism. It's, you are a Trumper. Please stop. Okay, so Discord spam has been sent out. Anyway, yeah, so it's been a frustrating, like, half hour reading, and not, okay, so in looking at what he posted, so he actually, for some reason, decided to reply to me in two completely separate rooms. One of them, he found a comment or a chat message I left a little over 3 months ago, which tells me I think that he was probably looking for a fight, which I'm not really going to give him. I'm pretty much just going to say, dude, you mischaracterized literally everything I said, so cheers, but bye. Oh, but people today, I tell you, some people's kids. Anyway. Oh, well, and the other thing that he got on about was that the narrative in this country should be that the vaccine is perfect. It absolutely just, like, eliminates COVID, blah blah blah. And it's like, and you know, people like Fauci and others should stop saying that mask wearing will still be necessary as far out as 2022 because reason. It's like, dude, no, that's not the point of it at all. Anyway, yeah, some people's kids. You could, reading deeper into his conversation is just very obvious. He has the I want what I want and no one can tell me otherwise kind of viewpoint. Okay, is that going to screw up the green screen? Let's double... Wait, where's my OBS window? It kind of does. That's a little better. And slightly angled down. I'm really washed out and really red. Not sure why that is. Outside of the fact that I'm a very, very pale human being these days. So, how's everyone doing? Diablo, Austin, how is your week going? So far, it has been pretty busy for me. Well, it doesn't sound that way, but it has been. I've got an announcement post I have to write for tomorrow. Let's see. Oh, okay. Because the company has already admitted that they have an announcement tomorrow. I can at least say I have an announcement post to write for DJI, and I will say that if you do just the most basic searching, you will figure out exactly what they're announcing. You will see all the details of it. In fact, I believe there's a leaked unboxing video. I think some YouTuber did a video and somehow that got out. So, I mean, if you want to see it and know everything about it before it's officially announced, go ahead. It's so far from a secret. And I do in fact have said to be announced product sitting in my closet in quarantine right now. In fact, I plan on taking it out tonight to do setups. So yeah, anyway, or just go to Best Buy and look at the drone section. I mean, I'm not going to confirm what it is, but does Best Buy already have it out? Because I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, Beaslidem, you just ordered a pellet smoker, eh? That's neat. I've never gotten into smoking. Not that I haven't wanted to, but when I lived in Vegas, I wasn't quite to that point. When I lived alone, and then when I got together with the girl I was with for quite a while, she was into Asian food, and they weren't super big on smoking meats. She was into Thai food, and then just generally Asian restaurants, and yeah, smoking meats wasn't a big part of their style. Oh wow, cool. And you ordered a pit boss for your stepdad. That's awesome. But yeah, ever since moving back to Oregon, I've kind of considered it a few times, and just it hasn't really fit into it. It would be kind of a pain where I live, and with the way things are set up around here. I would have to work so hard to find a good, safe place to set up a smoker. So, yeah, it hasn't happened yet. And I'm not in a super big rush. It'd be kind of neat, but it's, there are other things to do. Let's see. What are the... Oh, I need to set up my sharing window. Where's that at? That's where that's at. And we'll pull up the one topic I already had prepared, though I'm sure there are several others to get to today. I guess in the name of doing this right, let's put this in an incognito window. I'll already have a goat to smoke. Yeah, but it's supposed to be a pet goat, so... And at this point, she's pretty old. I think 8 years old? No, wait. That seems a little too... Well... No, actually, she might be about 8 years old. So, yeah, well past the point where that would be an ideal meat goat. Which just sounds like a weird thing to say. Not an ideal meat goat. If this was a more traditional podcast, that would 100% be the title. Okay. Oh, here's what I was doing. Let's get that browser pointed to the right window. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the right one. Do I have that open twice? I do. Where's the other window of that? Ah, there it is. All right. Almost there. You'd think I'd be more prepared. Starting late and all. Yeah, exactly. You need power, and that's... well, okay, so if I went with a pellet smoker, I would need to power it, and I don't have a good spot near the house for setting up a pellet smoker. And then a little further away from the house gets into places where potential risk of igniting nearby brush would technically be a little bit of a concern. And I know pellet smokers are pretty safe, but it is still heat. There is still a reason to be cautious. So, and it is Oregon, so anything like that becomes a hotbed of concern. And then with a more traditional smoker, I could get much further out from the house, but again, there's not a whole lot of good safe spots to do it. Let's see, scanning back up. All right, anyway. But, yeah. So, writing news post for tomorrow's announcement, trying to wrap up one review and then get started on what's going to be 2 more. One for the unannounced product, another for a little vlogging microphone. Let's see. Does Amazon actually have this? That would actually be a really good question, because eventually, someday, somehow, I'm probably going to want to link to this. I think Amazon does have it. They do not. Wait, do they? Okay. I don't think this is sold directly. Oh, it is sold directly from the company. Okay. So I'm also going to be reviewing the Rode VideoMic C. There is a link right there to what this is, and they actually sent me the whole kit for this. Let me switch over and kind of show that in view. So they actually sent me this whole kit. It includes the light, the tripod, the grip, and most importantly, the microphone itself. So, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Okay, so let's just do that. Anyway, the key part that I'm reviewing is the microphone. So, this piece. But yeah, so I'll be reviewing that. Separately, I also have, they sent me the Rode Wireless Go 2. And this is a set of transmitting microphones that you could, let's see, not the greatest picture, but it works. So you attach the microphones to, or the microphones can actually clip onto clothing, stuff like that, or you can use them on top of a camera, and then you can stick a transmitter on your the receiver on your camera, and capture the audio remotely. And there are a few other good ways to use this. Anyway, this isn't for review so much, though I might still do a review for it, depending on how microphone reviews do. But I have another video, or I have another project that will be an article and a video that encompasses like neat ways to use these kinds of products, and we'll get to that. Okay. Diablo. Wait, okay, I see the Diablo, y'all making me hungry comment. What's the what about? And beast item, you're kind of worried. I know that's an autocorrect of theists, but you're kind of worried that you ordered, or the site you ordered from is a scam. The price is kind of too good to be true. Just out of curiosity, what is the name of the site? Because just a day ago, my mom asked me about a separate thing that was... It was a laptop that was priced at $28. And I did a little research on the laptop. It was using an old chip, but it had a really, like, spec-wise, it was way too good to be true. Even the laptop should have cost at least $100. And then I started looking closer at the site, and everything about the site just, it looked fishy. The site itself only accepted PayPal, which, okay, that's already fishy. But, like, some of the stuff on the site didn't work. Every single thing, with, like, 2 exceptions, was priced in the, like, right around $25, including just things that did not make sense. I wish I could remember the site name. I could look it up in history, I guess. In fact, that might be kind of funny. Let's pull that up. Oh, and also... Okay, quick relocating of tracks. There we go. Oops. Ah, damn it. Alright, there we go. So, looking at yesterday's browsing, if I can find yesterday's browsing. It's a nice reminder that I go through way too many sites in a day. Wait, was it even yesterday? It had to be. I guess it's possible it was the day before. I know it can't be any further back than oh, here it is. Okay. So, here's the shady site. I'll transition into that. So, the site just contain it. The site in question is, oh my god, I've got a fly in here. How did you get in? Hey, I think I got him. That's neat. Hold on. I'm just letting him zap on the zapper a little bit. One moment. Yay, problem solved. I like when they die easy. Okay. So, this site, I'm not going to give the address because it doesn't seem like something that even needs to be recommended. Anyway, so you'll notice though, everything here is like the highest price that comes up immediately is $28. There's one thing here for $50. And there was one thing for $1. But yeah, this is the site. And maybe I'm mistaken, but I would have sworn I saw a smoker listed in here. Maybe it wasn't. Okay, I don't see one. Let's see. Oh, Austin. Do the viewers say one for anyone else? Shouldn't. I'm seeing currently 5. And that just went up because there was a 4, or it has been at 4 for quite a while. Diablo, the price for the road is kind of interesting. Okay, and I will talk about that in just a little bit. And then let's see. All right. It looks like a sketchy site to me too. Yeah, it's super sketchy. Also, oh, the site looks similar. Yeah, that would make me nervous for sure. I don't know what's up with this site. I don't know, maybe it is entirely legit, and I'll talk about why that's even plausible. Also, hello to Curvy Mermaid. How you doing? Welcome. Let's see. So I was really quick just to say this. I was kind of wondering if this site might be like a warehouse, or they might be doing like a warehouse deal kind of thing, because especially after COVID, there are a ton of like storage warehouses that just have a crap load of leftover product. People are paying to keep this stuff stored and ready for distribution, and at a certain point, like, you just cut your losses. You don't need to keep some of this junk around. So eventually at a certain point they say, here, we need to unload, we need to like get this warehouse off the books. We want to stop paying rent on this, whatever. So they unload a bunch of product. And I mean, this is how sites like Woot came into existence. Woot being WOOT, which Amazon bought a few years back. I know not everyone knows Woot. Anyway, Woot came into existence because literally companies had tons and tons of leftover crap that they needed to get rid of. And, you know, they gave really good prices. Woot was like, yeah, sure, we'll buy up your junk and sell it at cut rate prices. And it was a obviously really good idea. It moved numbers perfectly well. And then, you know, so who's to say that this site isn't possibly legitimate? Maybe they are just selling stuff that they picked up from a warehouse for ultra cheap, which would explain why it's such varied random stuff. Like, hardly any of this. I guess there are I count what, 4-ish beauty products. I think I see what, 2, or I guess depending on how you count it, as many as 3 food related products, 1 cooking related, some luggage, a tumbling track. That's weird. Yeah, anyway, the total random variations in what products they have, I could totally see all this stuff being stored in the same warehouse, but it obviously wouldn't go to the same customers. Or like the boat, salvage stuff now. Yeah, it is a good business. Like, buying stuff that people need to get rid of for super cheap in bulk, and then just unloading it in small quantities to people for prices that are absurd. Like, it's a smart thing to do. The only thing is, it's also kind of unrealistic. Like, I think my mom pointed out, what was this? This was a Brother sewing machine. There's no way in hell this thing sells this cheap. And it's really unlikely that it would even be like in a warehouse that they needed to dump. In all likelihood, they would have just shipped this to a different warehouse and kept selling it. So that reinforces the idea that this is a shady site. Also, I don't know if this is going to show... Damn it, I need my OBS window in view. Hold on, moving stuff around a little. Okay. Let's see, does it show up? Yeah, it does. Okay, you can't see my mouse cursor, but I'm kind of moving it over this new arrival, and when new arrival comes down, it has one thing in it called collection in the top left. So neither new arrival nor collection are clickable. Literally, they just are not clickable. There's nothing in there. So this site is already just like half broken. Clicking on home just takes you back to their homepage, which has unexplained, just these 3 images down here. Don't really know why. And then this 2 image carousel that just talks about delivery worldwide, which notably, and again you can't see this, but the cursor makes it look like this is clickable, but it's not. It's just, I guess it's draggable, so that's something. But yeah, super sketch site, but these are advertising all over the place right now. I assume there are probably a lot of these sites. I'm curious. Login. Okay, they do have a login, which is weird. And then that previous page I was on, I just hit search and then just blank search. But yeah, something about this site is very sketch. Let's see. Be sliding. If the smoker was a pit boss, it would be over grand easy. Yeah, I know I've heard the name. Again, I haven't looked closely enough at smokers, but the domain is owned by a Chinese company with a bad scam reputation. Also, they have no social links that work. Their address is not complete and their phone number is bad. Which, speaking of address, oh, let's see. I hadn't noticed it before, but yeah, Beastline posted the link into Discord. Tianjin3.com. Yeah, I could see being kind of worried about that. Anyway, yeah, so on this site, first off, it shows this address, which, by the way, is not the address of the site. Lifeku.com, that is definitely not the address of this site. But then digging into things like the contact us, it shows an email address that is also not the domain name for the site. And as I go looking through, one thing that stood out to me in all of these pages, not a single one of them has an address. There's no address for the company at all, which I think is fishy. I think that's real fishy. In fact, it doesn't even tell you what country this site exists in, or would be selling from or for, or any of that stuff. There's nothing. Which, these are all really, really good ways to tell a company or site is fishy. That's what chargebacks are for. And yeah, to some extent I agree. The only problem with chargebacks, and it's not an immediate problem, and if you're a good enough credit card user, the companies don't care that much, but at a certain point, your credit card companies are still going to be like, yeah, we don't like doing chargebacks if we don't have to. So, you know, they eventually do run out of patience if you charge back too often. Let's see. ename.com. I know I recognize that name. I just can't think of why. But yeah, I didn't actually bother doing a who is, but let's do oh, actually that could be interesting too. Okay, this dubious site I'm looking at is hosted by, well, Cloudflare probably is the actual host. It's just passing through there. Yeah. And who actually owns this? By the way, at this point you can now see the domain name. It's staroind.com. Staroind, I guess. Wow. They didn't bother registering it for very long. It expires in 2022. In fact, do we have... Does ICANN show history? I don't think they do. Oh, wait. Yeah, they do. Created. Yeah. The domain's been there for a month. Also a good sign that you're not dealing with a legit site. Okay, anyway, getting back to something else. Diablo. You mentioned the price of that microphone. I'm assuming you're not talking about the Wireless Go 2. I don't think that ever popped up in a price. Not that I think anyone's super interested in that, but if someone were, the price on that is $300. Why is it I thought it was only $200? Maybe there was a version with only one transmitter. Oh, I was looking at the original version that only had one transmitter. That's $200. Okay. Anyway, so not important, but and if you're talking about this one, then yeah, price of $149. The thing is though, let's see. Let's see. Do they have... Okay, I'll just look it up on Rhodes. Well, that might actually be a waste of time, but... Oops, damn it, did not mean to click. Oh, it didn't trigger anyway. Mobile. We're looking for... I swear that they sell this in a non-kit model. And... do they not? They have to. We'll just check Adorama. No. Bad Adorama. You know how to do this. That's not it. What the hell? Okay, so the microphone itself. Now, what you're seeing here is the old well, it's kind of the old version of it. They make 3 different versions of basically the same mic. One of them has a headphone jack, or plugs into a headphone jack. One of them plugs into a lightning port, which is actually the sort of the original version. And they just released, in about a month ago, they released the ME-C model, which plugs into USB-C, which is why I'm doing a review of it. And yeah, $80. Like, that's actually a really good price. It's not going to be a killer microphone, not compared to, you know, not compared to something like this. But we're talking about a microphone that's the size of, like, you know, a chapstick. So you plug it into a phone and it's going to be like this big. Which, if you need to get better audio for recordings, that's pretty worthwhile. And yeah, 880 is way better for sure. Honestly, I think their vlogging kit is a little overpriced because, I mean, we're talking about, let's see, do they have, yeah, there's the list. So, microphone, of course, that's $80. And then as you start going down the rest of this stuff, I mean, it's a lot of things, but is it worth another, $70? Yeah, $70. Is it worth another $70 for this stuff? I mean, the tripod, yeah, there's a tripod. That could be, well, I guess this one's slightly nicer than the ultra cheap, so that's like a 15 maybe. Well, it's about a $15 thing. The smart grip, another maybe $10 tops. Like, and these are the high prices for this stuff. There's a windscreen, actually, that's, you know, that adds a few bucks. And then you get into a little micro LED on camera light. Whether or not you'd use that is kind of debatable. A diffuser and colored filters. Like, this stuff adds up, and I get where it reaches another $70, but you don't need it. Not necessarily. Or chances are, if you're interested in vlogging with your phone, you already have that stuff. It's really only the microphone and the windscreen that are the super necessaries out of that. And don't forget, it's the "See Look Shiny" tax. Well, yeah, but again, only like the microphone itself being C is that's still just $80. Anyway, yeah, so I'm looking forward to getting some testing done on this. That I just got this in yesterday, so it's gonna sit in quarantine for a few days, and then I'll start testing it probably this weekend ish, somewhere in that vicinity. But yeah, so that's the stuff I'm gonna be working on. That and the other review unit that cannot be named until tomorrow. I was vaguely playing with the idea of just waiting until tomorrow and doing an unboxing, or like saving the stream until tomorrow and doing an unboxing, but I figured no reason. Besides, if you wanted to see an unboxing like that, you could just watch a previous stream that happened to have something similar. Again, I can't say what, but you already know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, so enough of that. This is the topic I figured I'd jump into in just a minute, but was there anything else that I missed in comments? They probably do the same like Google. Oh, you lost left earbud, call support. Oh, yeah. Austin, you say you have no idea what's that in reference to. Oh, never mind. I get it. Took me a second. Okay, quickly skimming of comments just to make sure there wasn't something I missed. I don't see anything. Sony's still outpacing LG. I mean, at this point, it's hard not to outpace. Austin, I can neither confirm or deny that it is that product that may or may not have that name. If anyone ever actually watched this, they would think that I'm like super terrible at keeping secrets, but yeah. At this point, I just don't think there's a point to keeping much of a secret when literally everything has been leaked. Diablo, I think the K-drama support for LG was cut short. You mean like the K-drama? As in... I'm not actually sure what you mean by that. Or was the K a typo? Anyway. Yeah, and setting aside how this article starts, what does actually interest me is Sony is doing something really cool with the camera, and it's something people have talked about in the past. It's not like this is a completely brand new concept, but I guess I can move that a little bit down, sort of. But I dig the fact that they're doing a camera with a variable telephoto lens. Now, the way this works, at least to my understanding, I don't think there's any diagram out that shows this, but basically they have kind of a telephoto tube, and it's much smaller than this, but I'm kind of embellishing. Anyway, it is basically a pipe in the phone where the image comes in, it hits a mirror, and shoots down to a sensor that is embedded below. And what it's effectively doing is that way it gives you the longer focal length. And again, it's much shorter than this, but I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. Anyway, what they basically do to accomplish this with what they're calling, I believe, a folding a folded periscope module. Sorry, that's what they're referring to. Basically, they have it. Well, there are a couple of ways to accomplish this. Oh wait, does this video show it? That'd be great if it does. Let's mute that. I love that they show photography using a dedicated camera. Yeah, go ahead. Put the phone in your pocket, because that's a completely different thing. Okay. Are you not going to show the... Oh, okay, so never mind. They are actually using a moving lens. I thought... Okay, so what I thought they were going to be doing, and I guess not, that's actually really weird. That means that they should be able to accomplish if they're actually moving those lenses. Okay, the way I understood that they were accomplishing this was they were actually literally moving a pair of mirrors into place so that the image comes in, bounces off one, bounces off a second, and then goes to the sensor. And that was the reason why it was locked into two focal lengths and did not have variable length zoom. But evidently they're actually using two moving lenses within the same range. That's very strange, because that's harder to do. That's a lot harder to do. Wait, let's see. Okay, yeah. I was just thinking, wait, did I even gesture in front of the camera when I move the hands? Let's see, Diablo. I think the Korean shows usually advertise their phones so well. But Samsung probably bought all of them. Can't put a DSLR in the pocket. I mean, you say that, but that's not entirely true. If you wear giant cargo pants, you can 100% fit smaller DSLRs in pockets. But yeah, no, anyway. So let's see. I haven't actually watched this video, so I figured I'd just let this actually play in case there's something else interesting in here. But honestly, I like Sony's advertising when they actually care about advertising something. It's usually not great, but it looks nice. Whoever they have doing their advertising, they hire companies that know how to at least establish a good look. Some of the stuff I've seen in the past from LG, it still looks, I don't want to say amateur. It's not amateur, but it just doesn't. It feels like it's cold. It's a little heartless in its representation. It just doesn't have much of a style. It's more clinical. Let's see. Oh wait, stereo speakers? Yay. Okay, for as much as people crap on Sony, and I don't think they should, honestly. Sony, just gonna say, Sony, if you're listening, please send me review units for Sony phones and I will give fair reviews. 100%, I will give fair reviews. Because I honestly think people are mistreating Sony. Because Sony's not the cool boy when it comes to phones. No one at Sony's listening, sadly. All right, anyway, though I will acknowledge, usually Sony prices are pretty high. Man, this video is going off into their cinema cameras. They might be mixing things a little too much there, but yeah, and you're... Wait a second. Hold the boat a second. This is supposed to come out of a phone screen. Or a phone's camera. That's a real hard maybe, Sony. That's a real hard maybe. I'd have to test this. I actually think this is fishy. It's hard to tell because obviously it's a video. I'm even zooming in on a video. But the sky looks way too good for it to be coming out of a phone camera. It's hard to tell though. Okay, I don't know what this is gonna do, but really quick, I'm full screening this video for myself. So, sorry if this blows out some stuff with OBS. Yeah, I'm a little uncertain that this video may have been... I'm not saying it is. There are a lot of reasons it's hard to tell, but I really would like to know for sure that this video was taken on a phone versus taken out of one of their actual cameras. And not just any camera, but one of their cinema cameras. Or like an A7S III. Something like that. There are little things in that picture that looks fishy to me, and it's mostly the sky. There's no banding in that sky. Anyway. 4K screen. We just need Android OS to support that 24/7. Okay, I will say this. Sony, go with the 2K. Go with the 2K screen. It's okay. You don't need 4K screens on phones. Not really. I mean, someday, sure. Who cares? Go for it. Please, please. Let's definitely have 4K screens on phones someday. I'm very much in the opinion that if you're going to 4K on the screen, it's an unnecessary overkill. 2K is fantastic. Like, that's the top end of what we really, really benefit from. And it's good. And it takes less battery to run. It takes less performance. You don't need to use as much of your phone's processing power in order to fill a 2K screen. 4K screens, you're adding that much more extra processing power to it. You're demanding more performance from the phone than you need to. So I do feel like the 4K screen is overkill. That's a spec boast. Cinema quality video editing software. I mean, that's one way to sell it. 4K 120. Yes, their Venice look. None of you guys follow the crazy stuff I do, but Sony is actually famous for what they call their Venice look, which is this really, really honestly, I'm not a big fan of the look itself, but it got very, very popular from their Sony Venice camera, and now they push it on all their phones. Anyway, Diablo, you really need to go to Japan and see what people are using. Honestly, I would like to see that too. Because if nothing else, I honestly would kind of like to see what Sony's... Or I want to see how many people are using Sony cameras. That would be very, very interesting. Let's see. And Austin also shared the shawl posting. Some Gcam modders found... Seems like Google added GBRG Bayer pattern support for the super res zoom. Codename Saber. Modder Ultra M8 or Ultramate was digging into Saber libs when they found this. Okay, so well, do you guys remember when I was talking about quad Bayer processing and how it could give you things like enhanced damn it, what how my brain's not topping subjects fast enough. It could give you things like an HDR photo that's taken in very, very short time. Instead of taking multiple exposures, it might leave some pixels on while turning others off in shorter periods of time. That's effectively what this is hinting at, which I assume he probably is not familiar with this kind of stuff. It is a weird niche sort of topic. Anyway, a lot of Samsung image sensors have this pattern, so it's possible future Pixel phone's main image sensor or telephoto will use a Samsung image sensor. I mean, shocker. Go figure. Google buying an image sensor from Samsung? Especially after they just cut a whole bunch of deals with Samsung related to Wear OS and a few other things. Yeah, I don't think that's too out there. Honestly, it'd be a little sad if it isn't sticking with Sony sensors, but that doesn't matter that much. Okay, I'm zooming in on this chat a little. Okay, it went along with the camera talk. Yeah, it does. But yeah, so now, though, let's see. Is there any basis here, though? Okay, the only reason he's mentioning Samsung sensor is because a lot of Samsung sensors have a quad Bayer pixel array. He's not basing that on anything other than that commonality, so I don't think I would go so far as saying that this has any relationship to being a Samsung sensor. Not based on this. I think there was some other stuff that hinted that they might be adopting a Samsung sensor, but this alone doesn't really... Sony doesn't use that pixel layout. That's like saying... That'd be like a few years ago saying GM doesn't do electric cars. Okay, well, sure. Then that just because a company hasn't released products or doesn't generally release products of a given format, it doesn't mean that they can't or won't. And there's good reason to think Sony probably will. And I know in some of their other cameras, Sony has been experimenting with this. I don't know if those were released, but in not for consumer products. I know Sony has been using a quad Bayer sensor in I don't know if it was a medical field or something else. It's been too long since I looked at that, but they were using it in some other product that it wasn't going into their dedicated cameras and it wasn't going into their like phone sensors. Where the hell was that? It doesn't matter, but I do know it's a thing that they have tried. We'll see if they start picking it up, but who knows? Sony has historically made better sensors, but since when does Google care about the sensor? You're not wrong. In fairness, if anyone has ever edited stuff in like Lightroom, or really most of the raw post-processing apps, you're already familiar with the fact that most of them have profile corrections. So they look at the camera that a photo was taken on. They look at if lens data is there, they look at the lens, and then they apply a few different tweaks. And those tweaks are usually slightly adjusting colors, slightly adjusting for things like vignette. That's like your image is perfectly bright within a certain circle, and then on the outer edges surrounding that circle, it's kind of dark. That's a vignette. And it's caused because the lens image has been partly, or the light coming in due to the shape of the lens has been restricted a bit. Let's phrase it that way. Yeah, those types of image corrections, that's all just algorithmic. And to a certain extent, if you've got a sensor that's just good enough at picking up data that's usable, Google's approach is, hey, we don't care that the sensor may not be entirely up to par to get this perfect image right out of sensor, but as long as we can figure out what the sensor did wrong, we'll just correct it in software and you'll still get a great image. How true that is debatable, but it sounds good. It seems accurate. Anyway, so Diablo, Samsung definitely giving cheaper prices. I mean, yeah. I don't know what their pricing is, and it would certainly be speculation to a certain point, but yeah, I tend to think that that's got to be the case. Google needs to design a custom sensor. Oh no, they do not. they do not. And Google needs precision, not accuracy. I don't. How would you define the difference between precision and accuracy in this case? Because accuracy and I assume you were talking sharpness as opposed to color accuracy. And in that sense, I am inclined to agree. But one of the biggest problems that, if you listen to at least me, I spout off about how the colors are always wrong in photos. And so for me, I feel like the accuracy needs to go up a little bit. Because the images, yeah, it could be sharper, but I feel like I feel like so often you end up with, and I picked on Samsung for this all the time too. The colors are always so far off of reality. They're not bad, and a lot of times they even look pretty good, but they just don't match. Precision gives the same values, maybe not the correct ones, but can be fixed in software. Oh, so you're talking consistency. Can't wait for Sundar at I.O. Oh, you know what? If I could have my dream I.O., it would again be Mark Lavoie getting up there and talking some more. But since he's now at Adobe, that's not going to happen. But I'm sorry. Look, no disrespect to Sundar. This is nothing against him personally. Just, I don't like him on stage. I mean, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of him as CEO either, but I don't like him on stage. His stage presence is just not there. I really wish Google would adopt that same strategy that, well, okay. I have to choose my words so carefully on this. I'm not even sure what company I want to credit anymore. I kind of wish Google would adopt the strategy that a few of the OEMs have tried. That might be the best way to say it. Go ahead, you can have the CEO step up there for 5 minutes. I'd rather it not even be that, but you can have the CEO get up there just to make it the appearance if you want. But man, I would rather, 1,000 times over, I would rather have a CEO that gets up there not at all, and instead they just deliver that instead you just get people with character, people with personality to get up there and announce products. Microsoft does this. At least they have. I don't know if they still are, but I don't think I've ever seen Satya get up and start talking about stuff. I don't watch too many Microsoft announcements, so, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him speak on stage. And Sundar just doesn't need to be on stage. You look at Apple. There was a time when Steve Jobs was around, Jobs would get up there and talk for damn near the whole presentation, and he would occasionally step down and let some other executive get up there and have a few words, which also maybe wasn't the best choice to always put the executives up there, but it is what it is. But I would love to see Chet Haas get up there and do a lot of announcements for Google. And given his position, that would not be completely unreasonable if it's all Android related stuff. I could see letting Dave Burke get up there and talk about a lot more stuff. I'd love to see Dave Burke up there talking way more. Petition for Microsoft to use Clippy for all future keynotes. I'd sign that. Especially because if you've seen some of Microsoft's previous presentations, honestly, Clippy could do a pretty damn good job in comparison to the people they got. Let's not forget that Microsoft partnered with Jessica Alba to do a big presentation. Yeah, seriously, Clippy could have outpaced her. Let's see. Diablo also said, I wonder if one person will be put on the spot to ask their question. Not really sure what that's in relation to. Awesome. When will Google Assistant present the I/O keynote? That'd be so cringy. Can you imagine if the Google Assistant were speaking, but there was some chance that it was still... Imagine if it wasn't pre-recorded, is what I'm really trying to say here. And the assistant, because of some crazy tweak to the algorithm or some random element, suddenly decides to say something completely different than what it's supposed to. That would be hilarious. The live demo capability is not there. Not for that, which is what would make it so much fun. You wonder if one person will be put on the spot to ask their question to Sundar. What question gets asked to Sundar, though? Sundar walks on stage. Hey, Google, present I/O, please. And sorry, I did not even realize I was about to say that. And somehow, none of my devices triggered. Not a one of them triggered when I said that. How? Good for you, assistant. But yeah, that would be kind of funny to get up there and actually just tell it, yeah, do the I/O presentation for me. Okay, playing I/O on Spotify. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Except it would try to play it on YouTube Music, so it would go even worse. Okay, so this isn't really important or related, but I love that this has... Alright, I just happened to see this and wanted to show it. On Twitter, right now, the term Season 8 is trending. And I love it. It's because of this. They gave Zack Snyder $70 million to fix Justice League. And yeah, this guy's saying, can you fix Game of Thrones Season 8? Yeah, not the worst idea. Zach, get on it. Let's see. Softball questions. I mean, keynotes are always going to be softball questions anyway. Sundar probably uses Spotify. You know, I feel like Sundar uses Pandora. Just a hunch. Sundar uses Pandora. You heard it here first. Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, uses Pandora. He's a boomer. Let's see. For sure it'd be easy ones. The registration question was just a weird one for sure. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about that. The question when you register for I/O. Yeah. What question would you ask Sundar if you could? I completely forgot about those. And yeah. Sundar is 100%. I'm sure they already know what questions they want to have asked. Like I bet there are people who probably wrote some questions for him to answer just as like safety questions, just in case no one asks the questions that they want to get asked. And then they'll look through the others and see if there's anything good, but they're gonna pick like 3 of them, maybe 4, and it's gonna be that it's all gonna be so prepared. It's gonna be like a town hall meeting with a Republican politician. The questions were written ahead of time. The answers were written ahead of time. They'll just stumble over the words a little bit, so it seems like it's not. Awesome. It's like the box of Wear OS watches that the stage manager needs to bring to every I/O because you know that none of the executives use Wear OS. Oh. You know how much it irritates me that article came out a few years ago that specifically called out executives for not wearing Wear OS? That article, besides being just terrible in its nature and how it was made, because I watched the people who were involved in doing that. I watched them literally lurking. I kid you not, they were acting like paparazzi at I/O. They literally were hiding behind doors and bushes trying to get candid shots of people. And yeah, because of that article, not all of them, but a lot of the executives and various engineers started wearing Wear OS watches, and it's like, guys, you don't need to put on a show for this. It's fine. But no, because because one outlet decided to make a big stink out of it, decided that the best way to do journalism is a name and shame strategy. Now you've got executives who are taking off their they're taking off their Galaxy Actives so that they can put on whatever Wear OS watch they happen to have handy that fits. Well, yeah. Give us a good watch, and that would definitely solve the problem. For that matter, I wonder how many. This I think actually might be the more interesting question. I wonder how many Google executives use iPhones and therefore also use Apple Watches. That's one I'd like to know, because I bet it's not that small of a number. I could be wrong, but I have a funny feeling a lot of them are iPhone users. Not in a bad way. Like, I'm not picky on them for it. I don't think there's anything wrong with them being iPhone users. Especially if they don't work on the Android team. Who cares? But there are people who would make a big deal out of that. And it's dumb. It's childish. But it keeps happening. Maybe one of the executives will turn the watch on and realize it's a dumpster fire. I do wonder this sometimes. So we were having this conversation in Discord, a day or two ago. I forget now who said it, I forget the exact phrasing of how it was started, but the point about Googlers knowing that their products have problems, or knowing what their problems are. And like I was saying, that they don't get feedback. Some feedback makes it into some groups, but a lot of it doesn't. And I look at Wear, and I do wonder about that one, because they're obviously the people on the Wear team. They have to know some of what their competitors are doing. There are people in other groups that you got to figure at some point or another their paths have crossed with Wear OS, and as a result they have to have some cognizance of what it's like. And merely being forced to wear Wear OS watches at events and things like that, because again they got named and shamed into it, some of them have to have used it. There have to be at least a sufficient number of people who've used it and said, you know what, this doesn't meet the standards we expected. At what point does somebody turn around and say, let's do something about this? Either we need to stop making a thing that we just generally don't feel like it meets the expectation, or we need to fix it. And knowing Google, we're talking about a company that would absolutely cancel Wear OS just because, this isn't worth it to us. But I feel like it's also the smart move just to sit down and try to fix this thing for real. Yeah, I don't get it. I keep saying it. I like Wear OS. I use it, but I'm objectively not a power user of Wear OS, and I don't get it. I'm nowhere near as critical, and I don't think it's near as bad as a lot of people like to make it out to be. Mostly because, not all of them, but a lot of those people are kind of looking for things to hate, and I'm looking at the things that I would actually use and care about, and I don't find as much to hate. Didn't we just buy Fitbit? Yeah, that was for their subscription model. Oh man, that'd be so funny. But Wear OS desperately does need some sort of attention. They need to push it forward. When it came out, I would argue it was maybe not when it came out, but sometime when it was in its 1.0 days or 1.x days, it was at its best. The version 1 Wear OS was really a lot more useful. And version 2 has some great features added in, but they also kind of ruined a lot of experiences with it. They got to get back to this. They've got to fix this. So, yeah, I mean, I don't get why. They have the capacity to fix this. This is not outside of their wheelhouse. But they need to start looking more at what Apple is doing. They need to work with partners to really just... They need to push forward in a big way. Maybe that's the way to put it. So let me go with this hypothetical, or this scenario. Okay, so one of the biggest problems everyone keeps citing about Wear OS is battery life and just general performance. And people often criticize Qualcomm as being one of the big sticking points here. Qualcomm is a roadblock. Now, on the one hand, Qualcomm Qualcomm kind of sucks at a lot of things. Apple has proven this pretty profoundly with the M1 processor. But when it comes right down to it, I have faith Qualcomm could do a better job. Not just on all of their processors and not just on Wear the processors that they've been designing for Wear, but if they're what they really should do is, instead of trying to do sort of a in the middle solution, which I think was the Wear 2100 or 3100, now I don't even remember which, but one of those, or maybe it was both of them, felt like they were basically just slightly shrunken phone processors that had been sort of reallocated as makeshift Wear processors. It just wasn't a very good design. And I don't think it was a terrible design. I think people overhyped how bad it was, but to me, the smarter move is because we can see, plain and simply, processor for small wearables. A processor for smart wearables does not require a ton of power, and it also doesn't really need to be updated yearly. So to me, the smarter move for Qualcomm is invest a bit more up front. Do your investment and come out with something that's actually good. Make it as good as you can up front, and instead of updating that processor again in 9 months to a year, literally just plan 2 years out, then we'll push an update. Then we'll release the next big thing. If they release a really genuinely good, imagine this, release a phenomenal Wear 4100 processor. Spend the time, do the research, come up with something that is just actually impressive and gives big improvements to performance and battery life. Come out with a Wear 4100 processor that does this. Then just wait 2 years. Then you can come out with a Wear 5100 or whatever naming convention they use at that point. That would work. It would do a lot better than trying to release a crappy upgrade every year or so. And it would certainly sell higher numbers. Let's see. Okay, so I need to catch up on comments a little bit here. Okay, I was pretty much caught up. I just need to read these last few. Pixel Watch all in or quit. Yeah. So without naming names, there are a couple of people who are saying that the Pixel Watch doesn't exist, and this whole that the whole thing is just a fabrication. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I fully recognize that it may not be real, but at this stage, it is an interesting topic and an interesting consideration. So even if it's not real, it sparks the questions that need to be asked at this point. Diablo, the sunscreen stuff is interesting, but who's outside? Well, from the show title, you can tell I'm not, though I should be. Let's see. Pixel Watch should really have the new rumored Google SoC, not the phone. I'm prepared to see what Whitechapel looks like. I want to see if Whitechapel does like. I don't think they're gonna do the whole like jumping from Intel to an M1 type of leap, but I wouldn't be surprised if. I really wouldn't be surprised if an Exynos based with Google adjustments. I wouldn't be surprised if that turns out to be a pretty good thing. And if it is, I definitely still want to. I would love to see that hit a watch, but I think it does need to hit a phone first. Mostly because the phone will remove all doubt about how that sort of thing will perform. If they developed it for a watch first, I think it would be sort of bearing the lead. It's kind of like, hey, look, the watch actually runs okay, but wouldn't it have possibly run okay if any other company even tried to do something right? And it would have really undervalued launching their own dedicated processor. Austin said to David Lama, true, but I think we're getting an Exynos on the watch. Oh yeah, that could make sense. That's why I think Samsung is switching to Wear OS 2, because a reference Exynos Wear OS would take most of the development costs out for Samsung and increase SoC sales to Fossil. Yeah, that makes sense. And at that point, funny enough, that all but completely takes Wear OS away from Qualcomm. And seeing as Qualcomm has half-assed it so much, yeah, may as well. There's so, and I'm sure Samsung wants that component business. Samsung loves component sales, so they jump on this, no question. Diablo, we could be in the sun, but we ain't. Sad but true. Who knows? Maybe I'll do RambleCast from outside one of these days. I know. Maybe I'll do a RambleCast recorded on my phone using a Rode mic as a test. That'd be an interesting twist. That's a way to do a live review with goats. Jeez. Possibly with goats. Awesome people complain about the benchmark still. Let's be honest. There are people who complained about the Apple M1 benchmarks because, oh my god, they weren't quantum computers. People will complain about literally anything. Though to be fair, I will also complain about the M1 because kind of along the lines of what Diablo just said, bumping the minimum RAM. Well, with the M1, they got to bump the RAM maximum. 16 gigabytes. Sorry, not enough. Fail, Apple, fail. In case anyone doesn't know, all of the M1 computers that they released only only exist in 8 gigabyte and 16 gigabyte configurations. There's no 32 gigabyte. There's no, well, not that anyone wants a 4 gigabyte, but they don't have that either. So yeah, Apple, bad move. 100% the reason why I will not consider a first gen M1. Oh yeah, 8 gigabytes performs really well on the M1, but still, it's not okay. Even 16 is not okay. And granted, it depends on your use cases. I'm not saying that every person needs to have a 32 gig machine or even 24. I'm saying that if you want to do as much as I want to do on a regular basis, 16 is not going to cut it. Oh, damn. I have not had enough sleep. I'm not totally sleep deprived, but I did cut it a little bit short. There was a long and odd conversation last night, this morning, however you want to call it, about movies. Just because it's too long to get into, but we'll just say I've watched a lot of movies in my life, and I feel like I'm starting to understand more and more how sort of old school movie reviewers seemed like they were sort of snobbish about movies, and it largely comes down to the fact that they've seen so many that at a certain point, if you see another movie that is that's too similar to things that you've already seen, it's hard not to start saying, yeah, I'm kind of bored of this, I want to see something different. And yeah, anyway. Speaking of, last night I watched The Mortuary Collection. It's coming out in, I think, 2 weeks. Or no. Wait. I think April 20th. So about a week. I think that's the date. Maybe it is 2 weeks. Anyway, not bad. If you like horror anthology movies, it's fine. But not, you know, if you're not into, well, I compared it to Tales from the Crypt. If you're into that kind of thing, you'll like it. It won't be a favorite, but you'll like it. If you're not into horror anthology, it's at best a time filler. Kind of, I would say generally skip for most people, but you know, if you dig the horror anthologies, you'll enjoy it. Let's see. Artem eats 16 gigabytes of RAM before breakfast. Yeah, he talks a big game. I'm honestly not sure what he does that warrants as much RAM usage as he says he needs. Unless he's gaming a lot more than he lets on. They never specify the RAM directly to consumers on iPhone. Well, okay, so on that point, there are so many developers, iOS developers, who have complained about the RAM on iOS devices. Keep in mind, for a very long time, iPhones were shipping with half a gig of RAM, and even the iPads were shipping with 768 megabytes. So as a result, there were a lot of developers who were pointing out, hey, we've run into the limits of what our apps can actually do because of RAM. And it was becoming a legitimate problem. And of course, the developers could figure out almost immediately how much RAM they had, because you know, you can query a few things on the OS and you can see how much RAM your own app is using. Shocker, you can figure out how much RAM the device has. And it really pissed off a lot of developers. Tons of them were asking Apple to put more RAM into devices for a very, very long time. And at this stage, it doesn't come up so much because it's a high enough number. For the most part, nobody's apps are running into the limits. Not unless you're building really inefficient games. And I suppose there's probably other special cases, but it's rare. Not like it used to be. Let's see. Imagine they do that for Max on future M chips. Oh my god. They better not. Oh my god. If the day ever comes that anybody starts selling computers and says you don't need to know how much RAM it has. The only way I want that day to come, I'll say this now, is if the amount of RAM that is included in the device, and this, by the way, scale this with time, but I'm saying this in the context of present day. The amount of RAM that comes in that device better be comparable to what we would put in. It needs to be comparable to like 64 gigabytes today. I'm not saying you can do anything on 64 gigabytes, but you sure as hell can do everything that a general consumer is interested in doing. All RAM, no storage. I mean, some people are looking forward to that day. But all things considered, if you reach the point where you have enough RAM for every reasonably, even the high-end purposes, then go ahead, stop advertising RAM. But no one's going to do that. The only way anyone stops advertising RAM is either they're trying to hide the amount of RAM, or they're trying to highlight, oh, we've got another solution that technically isn't RAM, but it's something else and it kind of works around RAM, and we want you to try this. And that solution almost inevitably fails, but it's ideal, one can hope. But yeah, I really hope that we don't reach that point. I'm sure if anyone's going to do it, it's Apple. But they shouldn't. Non-volatile RAM. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It could happen. I'm sure someday it will happen, but we're not there yet. And I suspect it's a good long while till we will be. So let's see. By the way, did we have any other topics? I admit I came somewhat unprepared this week, and I tried looking at a few things. For example, I watched that latest Google ad, which is just meh. I just couldn't care. It didn't strike me as it. I know AP made fun of it, and I'm sure a lot of others are making fun of it. I just don't care. Like it doesn't strike me as. I don't think it's a good ad. Honestly, I think it's kind of a crappy ad, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Austin, you feel like full cloud computing will happen first? Oof. Sadly, I think you're right. Semi-sadly. But man, if we go to cloud computing, that just, it seems wrong. It seems like a bad direction to end up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being crazy, but I feel like cloud computing as a first class, or as the first class, is probably not a good idea. Just because so much stuff can be done locally, and we've come up with so much good technology that allows for really small, compact processors and components. Cloud computing is great, and it can and will be useful for a lot of stuff, but we've got so much technology in our pockets now that can do so much. I don't know that I want to see that go away. Services. Oh my god. No, Bomber, no. Anyway. TCL, no when to fold them, no to roll them phone. Okay, so I actually did get the email hyping that up, but I did not watch. The timing of that event was just completely freaking wrong for me. Let's see. Do I have the... wait. Where is the email? Oh, wait. Was the email up here? Yeah. This went to my personal inbox instead of the... Wow, it was only a 30-minute stream? Really? Okay. Let's... Okay, so kind of dancing a little ahead. Oh. Do they show it off in... Okay, yeah, there's the rollable. Wow. It's a lot of devices they're showing off there. Okay, great. Display greatness. Okay. Just bouncing ahead here. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, cool. They got rid of bezels. They've got lots of cameras. Okay, let's move to the point. Let's see a phone do things that phones aren't supposed to be able to do. So now I have to wonder, am I about to get, am I going to get a DMCA because I've got this stream playing? Or not even playing, but there are images from someone else's copyrighted content. Oh my god. By the way, in case I haven't said it recently enough, screw Twitch. Twitch, you suck. Okay. Oh, wait. This seems like... Oh, no. This is not an ad for the rollable. Is it? Can't be. What was that? Normal? It just went all black lens. Wait, is this something wrong with the stream, or if YouTube bans me, where do we go? I don't know. What are conservatives using these days? I'm kidding. Ugh, Facebook Live. I mean, if there's ever been a site that won't ban you for copyright theft, it's Facebook. Or copyright violations, not theft, but yeah, if anyone isn't going to screw you for copyrighted material, that's the one. Wait. Cameras, stay tuned. No, don't throw the stay tuned on the camera. Okay, wait. What are these? So 2 megapixel bokeh camera, which, all right, that's just the, we'll take one photo that's kind of out of focus and another that isn't. 5 megapixel macro, that's pretty average. 16 megapixel 123 degree ultra wide angle. Yeah, okay. I feel it still always bothers me. I feel like they need to have larger megapixel counts when you're doing ultra wide, but okay. And then a 48 megapixel. Notice this is the only one where they specifically say it's a Sony sensor, but a 48 megapixel high res. Okay, let's see. Stay tuned, we just need to give a check to DxOMark. Yeah. It's DxOMark makes it so difficult because I don't want to hate on them because I know they're actually doing very legitimate testing, and at the same time I kind of want to hate on them because God, the way they release their test results is just cringy. It is not helpful. I mean, they're a joke because they do the same thing that like blogs do, where they're kind of feeding into a hype system that's genuinely bad. But they're also, DxOMark is still legitimately the site that does, or the company that does the best testing of camera, or of sensors and camera hardware. So I mean, it's like the good and evil mixed into one. Is a rollable phone even in this presentation? Or like, do we have a one last thing? Okay, there's a folding. Oh, okay. We're into folding phones. And they get paid by OEMs. Well, okay, so I'm a little uncertain how familiar everyone is with the whole story with DxOMark. Okay, so we get a neat little folding phone show. Here we go. They're kind of showing the rolling phone. Let's see how this plays out. But you're not giving TCL 30 minutes of your day. Here's the thing, and I will say this right now, TCL, if you want, I'd be happy to review. But, you know, fair reviews here. I don't know. I'm curious what TCL is doing, because this is a company that was objectively, they were making really budget low-end stuff and just kind of riding on brands, and it wasn't necessarily that good. Now it seems like they're doing a lot of their own stuff, and it is interesting. I'm not as willing to dismiss TCL today as I was, say, even 2 years ago. That being said, they got to convince me. I need to see that TCL is actually doing good stuff, and I'm not there yet. David, you'd rather buy a phone offer recommendation from Wirecutter than DxOMark? That feels like a backhanded compliment to Wirecutter. Which, seeing as I don't read Wirecutter, I'm not sure if that's possibly intentional or not, but TCL is the new LG. I disagree with that. Well, no, actually I don't. That kind of fits. I was thinking Google was the new LG. But no, actually TCL kind of does have that LG-ish quality. The thing is, I always kind of felt like TCL was the new HTC. But I'm thinking of what HTC was years ago as the representation of that, because HTC went through a few different migrations. Okay, so that's the end of that stream. That was a thing. So they didn't show much besides the fact that the phone does roll. Which, okay. Neat. Whatever. But, yeah, so DxOMark, if you read their articles, if you read the complete reviews, I think they actually are covering really good, legitimate stuff. And while I certainly wouldn't buy based on one of their reviews, because they don't review the whole phone, they're just reviewing a camera. You know, I would take their recommendations more seriously than I would take something off of Wirecutter. But again, that's only for camera, and I care about more than just a camera. Though that being said, camera and screen, because DxO also talks about screens sometimes. With that said, again, TCL, send me a phone, I'll review. Anyway, so TCL going back to the LG thing and the HTC thing. HTC used to make all its money producing phones for other companies. They were effectively a white label manufacturer, and it worked pretty well for them. It made good money, but at a certain point, HTC decided to, not strike it on their own, but start making stuff of their own. I remember finding out that one of the phones that I had, way back when I first started getting into smartphones, one of the phones I had, I didn't even know it was HTC, because they're the only place you could find the brand of the phone, or not the brand, but the company that actually made the phone was on a sticker on the battery. Which, yes, makes it sound kind of like it was the battery that was from HTC. But after doing some research... Oh, in fact... I actually have it here. This little thing was my first HTC phone. And if you look on it, it is branded... Well... Let's see, I doubt the camera will even pick this up. But, not sure if you can see that. But it's branded Singular. It's the Singular 2125, which I think the code name for this thing was like Tornado or something like that. Anyway, popping the battery compartment open. Yeah, Singular. Where was it? Oh, okay. So the name that they have on the sticker inside says... Oh, sorry. It was not on the battery. It was in the battery compartment. That's where it was. Does the battery even say it? Okay, no. The battery does not mention HTC. Huh. I'm not sure, but I think this battery has started to swell just the tiniest bit, seeing as it hasn't been charged in years. I don't care. I'm not worried about it. But inside the battery compartment, there is a tiny little sticker with the serial number, IMEI, all that stuff. And at the very top, it says that this phone is called the HTC Innovation. Which, even at the time, I'm not sure if that was that. I may have actually thought that was something else. Like, not like a phone model name, but just like a general, HTC labeled all their stuff as HTC Innovations or something. But yeah, anyway, this was my first HTC phone. And I had no idea it was HTC. curvy. You had Singular before switching to Verizon. So, not that this is super important, but I had... why is this part flexing out? That's really weird. Anyway, I had this phone... okay, so when I moved to Vegas... Story time. Short story, I promise. But when I moved to Vegas, I moved down there with a cell plan from a local carrier from Oregon. And when I say local, I mean it was very, very hyper local. Anyway, that carrier offered, very foolishly, they offered nationwide roaming. Well, so I moved down to Vegas, and lo and behold, I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't have a reason to change carriers. I'm paying a good low price on this one. It doesn't need to be changed. So I stuck with that carrier. After about a year, give or take, I think it was a little over a year, they noticed that I just was not in Oregon anymore. Very obviously I was not in Oregon anymore. And they were like, yeah, we need to cut you off. This isn't going to happen anymore. So I did a little bit of research. They didn't give me a whole lot of heads up. I think there was like a 2-week warning or something. And there was no like, hey, you don't spend enough time in Oregon. We need, if things change, like we can do something about this. But at the moment, like there was none of that. It was a straight up, yeah, we're cutting your service. That's it. Like no ifs, ands, or buts. Your service is going away. And at the time, they didn't give any sort of option to even like move your number. So yeah, I switched to Singular. I did a little bit of research, I was interested in the idea of having a phone that I could load apps onto, which I have still to this day never actually written. Well, to this day, I'm not like I'm going to go back and try. I've never written an app that ran on this, but that's what I researched. I looked into building apps for phones, and are they still around, that carrier? This story actually involves what happens to that carrier, which is honestly really funny. Well, maybe not that funny. I think it's funny. So anyway, I looked around at the options, and from what I could tell, Singular was the only carrier that met all of the criteria that I had, which was A, selling something that could be called a smartphone, in so much as this could have been called a smartphone. Singular had service in Vegas and in Oregon, and I think there was something else. Maybe it was just having service in Vegas and having service in Oregon, or maybe it was where they had service. I don't know, but I had to do so many comparisons on coverage maps and figuring out where I was going to be living, what kinds of places I'd be traveling to, everything. Singular was the best option I could find that also had a smartphone. Or maybe just best option I could find. I'm not sure if the smartphone actually played into it, but during my shopping, that was part of what I looked for. Anyway, so I switch, and I think it was within a year of switching to Singular, AT&T acquired Singular. 2G or 3G, this would have been 2G time period. Definitely 2G time period. Yeah, beside him, exactly. Singular is now AT&T. So, yeah, and it was within about a year of switching to Singular that AT&T acquired it and started their switch over, which meant that the phone that I had just gotten, that I had really pretty good service in Vegas, all of a sudden started getting really crap service in Vegas, which, not the greatest arrangement, but hey, whatever. So I got that, and then I think it was, let's see, when did it happen? I think it was right about the time that I moved back to Oregon, give or take. I don't quite remember, but it was somewhere around the time that I moved back to Oregon that AT&T bought the original carrier that I had been on and added them to the network too. So, you know, I moved from that local carrier to Singular. Singular became AT&T, and then AT&T acquired the original carrier. So effectively, if the transitive property applies, I've been on AT&T my entire life. In a weird way. In a very weird way. So yeah, the original carrier technically isn't still around, but it kind of is. Let's see. Reading through comments real quick. The iPhone was initially on Singular, then became AT&T. Yeah. Though, as far as that was basically the same time period as my switching over. So, yes, technically it was on Singular, but it, like, even at the time, everyone was already referring to it as AT&T. Because I believe the acquisition was already made, and I think, I'd have to check, but I think the acquisition had already been made, and AT&T just hadn't actually merged all of Singular's towers in yet. AT&T's history is so messy. I mean, yeah, AT&T's history is messy, but almost all the cell carriers have some pretty bizarre history. For example, I wonder if I can actually find this. This will be a weird one to look up. I stumbled onto just in, I think it was this morning. Let's see. Scrolling back. I almost never look in my browser history, and now I'm going there twice in one. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay. Let's get that one pulled up. I just happened to stumble across this just random thing about the merger. Let me read this to you. I assume you don't want to try to read it straight off the screen. AT&T recently completed an acquisition agreement with Verizon Wireless, which included select Verizon Wireless, Unicell, and Alltel properties in your area. The acquisition enhances AT&T's wireless network coverage primarily in rural areas and 79 service areas and a crapload of states. You can see a map of the acquired markets. And I had never even heard about this, I don't think. But that is a pretty big buyout from Verizon Wireless. I mean, obviously not a total buyout because Verizon Wireless still exists, but that is a large chunk of acquisition. Honestly, I was pretty surprised by that. And yeah, I don't remember ever hearing about this story. And because AT&T is a dick, there's no date on here about any of this. I don't think it was in their fact, but maybe. I don't even know how I stumbled across this. I don't remember what got me to this article, but some customers may receive coupons with April 30th, 2011 expiration dates. We have extended the expiration dates to July 31st, 2011. So yeah, that kind of tells you how old this is. But still, you know, it's just a weird thing to be reading. Anyway. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is a good topic. Good one, Beast Item. Killing. So Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile will kill their cross-carrier RCS plans, which is, I mean, it's true, but it feels like a weird way to frame it. And I'm not criticizing this article title. Like, I will, you know me, I'm more than happy to criticize article titles that are kind of misleading or dishonest or just hiding the ball too much. This isn't, but I feel like it doesn't give credit to the fact that this is very obviously a move to just say, all right, it's on Google now. They can do what they want to do. They can take over. They can make this thing happen. We're just never going to get there. And to this extent, I mean, we talked about this in RambleCast, or sorry, not in RambleCast, but in Discord. Yeah, I mean, this is, honestly, I think that this is good news. They're handing over the keys and letting Google do its thing. That's the way this probably should have happened to begin with. But in a weird way, it's hard not to wonder if this was something Google wanted to have happen. Maybe Google did plan on this. But it is interesting to me that carriers are giving up control over something that could have become profitable. I'm wondering how much maybe that maybe the company that they were contracting, let's see, where was let's please stop that. Why is that auto playing video even there? Okay, where does he mention the company name? I don't see it with a quick skim. Anyway, the CCMI, they were using a third-party company to develop the technology for running RCS between these three carriers and, of course, the rest of the world. And everything kind of really hints that maybe they didn't do a very good job of that. Let's see. All right, sorry. Really quickly going back and reading comments. Curvy, remember getting the iPhone 4 when it came to Verizon. Austin, it's not a full buyout, it's more of a Spectrum swap. They rebranded as an acquisition. Yeah, I mean, I know, but technically there was a purchase involved there. It wasn't just straight Spectrum swap. I looked it up, and there was a little bit more to it than just, here, you take ours, we take yours. But February 2011 on I believe, okay. Feds will still try to sue them in the future. Beside him, you don't want to have to use the Google Messages app. I'm wondering if that's okay. So you bring up something that we've talked about this so many times, and it's never been clear exactly what's going to happen here. So I kind of have this hunch, and this is just a thought. I don't think I've really talked about this before, but I've had this idea for a while that when Google bought into RCS and then became its biggest proponent, but I've had this theory for a while that as Google was trying to push out RCS, especially under the name Jibe, I think at that time the idea was that this should be an open platform. And then when it became time to actually try to sell carriers on using it, I think Google then moved into saying, hey, the carriers need an incentive for this. So part of what's going to happen is RCS is now going to be locked down to an app. That's it. It's going to be an app. Austin, exactly. That's where I'm headed to with this. So, as other people have said, the API that exists for RCS that was added into the actual Android OS that API has remained basically private. It's there for OEMs, ODMs, and everyone else to kind of add their own stuff internally, but it's not really for the rest of the world to access. It's not like you can download an app from the Play Store that gives you the option of accessing RCS. Now, all that said, I'm starting to wonder, now that Google is basically the one and only RCS company. I mean, it's not entirely, there are others that are running independent of Google, but I mean, let's be honest, Google is now, with the CCMI basically going away, this removes the lion's share of the competition for RCS. I'm wondering if at this point, does this become Google saying, all right, cool, we now own this, we're going to now monetize on Google Messages, which is possible. It wouldn't be ideal, but it's certainly something in the realm of possibility. Or does this mean that they might finally open up that API and let third-party apps get access? And if that's going to happen, when? I honestly, I think it's too late for Android 12. Because if we haven't seen it already, I don't think we're going to. I could be wrong on that, obviously, because there's a lot to announce. There's a lot to have happen. But I would say if... let's see, what was the Android 12 roadmap? Okay, here we go. Developer previews. Yeah, April was the last one. I'm just going to say it. It, well, was the last one or will be? Has April's come out yet? You'd think I would know about this. Android 12 developer preview 3. I don't think so. Okay, no. So I'll just say this. If there's no release of an RCS, that's what I thought. I figured it was still DP2, but I had to double check. If the RCS API does not come out with this next developer preview, I'm predicting it's not going to happen in 12. 13 would be more realistic. Curvy Mermaid said, yeah, I hope Texture SMS gets Jibe RCS. Yeah, so, and the problem as I see it is this is now Google's sort of latest opportunity to create its own messaging platform that it has control over, sort of along the same vein as Hangouts, but this time technically linked to your phone number, which I still think is stupid, but whatever. Diablo mentions open the API but control the ads business part messaging to go through them. Okay, yes, obviously that's a big part of it. I'm curious how much Google will do along that line, and I'm really curious what the monetization strategy is going to become. One of the articles I saw recently, it brought up that I forget what country it was, but I think it was Japan. I'm almost certain it was Japan, where RCS is actually rolled out much more heavily, or rather is used heavily. From what I understand, they were looking at the averages, and people who looked at banner ads and had any sort of engagement with banner ads measured in fractions of a percent. Meanwhile, the people who responded or opened or looked at anything that came to them over an RCS message was some crazy, like, I don't remember now if it was 40 or 60 some percent, but it was way high. It was ridiculously high. The thing is, I think that's in large part because there's just fewer of them. The number of people it's not as high. Like, it just isn't. Or sorry, no, man, misstating. The number of messages coming in is still not that high, so people are still new to the idea of getting advertising in their messaging. But I'm leery of the idea of getting ads through messages in that form. I think that could turn out very poorly and could chase people off of RCS entirely, which not ideal, but I could see Google doing it. Anyway, my thought on RCS is, at some point, opening the API really, it doesn't just need to happen because of that. It needs to happen because this has now become an official standard. This is now something that, whether anyone likes it or not, it is a standard that exists. It is something that involves carriers, even if they're not running it anymore. It's something that had to go through standards bodies. Google cannot be the one controlling God over what happens with RCS at this point. And sure, the protocol can change, and obviously they don't have to expose it to users and developers, but give it a year. Well, maybe not a year. Give it 2 years. If that API isn't open by next year, I've got a funny feeling there will be lawsuits filed, because there are developers out there that want access. They want to be able to do things with RCS, and Google is going to be hard pressed to actually make a solid claim saying, no, we can't allow third-party apps to do this, because there's no precedent that argues that makes any sense at all. I could be wrong, but I just have this strong feeling that's going to change. I think if Google doesn't do it willingly, they'll be forced to. Let's see. Be cited without carriers, Apple will never support it. This has been talked about quite a bit. I think Apple, well, I've had my own take on it. Others have had theirs. I think Apple is going to eventually be forced by image to support RCS. By that I mean, at a certain point, people are going to say, wow, you mean that your iPhone can't get rich messages from my phone? And the point at which people start saying that, and they're looking down their nose at Apple, even though Apple users will obviously all say, but we have iMessage, it's so much better. It's going to become a point of contention, and it will eventually, just by numbers, it's going to overshadow Apple. That's going to make Apple look bad, and Apple doesn't want to look bad. I so firmly believe that that's how this eventually plays out. If nothing else, Apple will capitulate just enough to say, okay, we're going to let RCS be supported by iMessage servers, and you'll get messages from RCS, but maybe we'll disable some of the features. Maybe we won't support read receipts, or maybe we won't support some of the stuff that you asked for, but we'll give you a little of it. It somehow, some way, Apple is going to eventually give in and support RCS, at least portions of it. Let's see. Remember all those, all the cool stuff we saw in RCS video, like someone looking at their train ticket on there. Yeah. The thing about that is, we already kind of had that even with SMS. Sorry, just saw David's comment. But, it wasn't that unreasonable to get an SMS that included some kind of code that could load up your train ticket in, let's say, Google Pay or whatever. So we've had it. It's just RCS makes the situation better. We'll get there. But yeah, businesses could do more through RCS. Obviously, like, some of the demos that they showed off, or some of the concepts that they've had are, hey, you could order a pizza just through a message. You can pull out your phone, type the things that you want to get on as toppings. The company responds to you with details, and all of a sudden you just hit a button and you've ordered your pizza, all through RCS messaging. This is something that they're pushing, and it's something that they want to make happen. Mostly because they're nerds and pizza's awesome. But I wonder how many people are even going to use that. And if they do, who's taking a cut? Because can you imagine if Google's getting a cut of all of it? Man, how insane would that be? But yeah, David said, why can't we all be friends? I mean, we could say that about politics too, but you know how that goes. Let's see. Opening this link. B-slide him. You don't think Apple looks bad? Okay, today today everybody looks at iMessage. Even Android users look at iMessage and say, oh my god, they have it so good over there. I still don't really agree with this, but separate issue. The thing is, fast forward, say 2 years. And okay, we'll just leave behind the fact that people would have to use Google Messages, which not everyone likes, and leave behind maybe some early growing pains. But let's say RCS gets as good as everyone expects it to. At a certain point, people who have Android phones are going to say, okay, now we have this thing. It's just like iMessage. Maybe it isn't just like iMessage, but it's going to be close enough. And the simple fact is there's more of them. And there are people, we now have good working group messaging. We now have this, we now have that. What happens when, because this is, like right now, everyone talks about that scenario of, let's say, trying to think of the efficient way to describe this. Everyone talks about that scenario where there's a group of iPhone users and they're all part of a group message. They're all communicating with each other, sending pictures, and then one Android user joins the group and everything kind of goes to hell. So that's been talked about a bunch of times, obviously. Well, imagine if the roles are reversed. Now you've got a group of Android users that are all messaging each other, and an iPhone user comes along. Fun fact, since they're not going to have RCS, they're in exactly the same boat as that Android user was in the iMessage scenario. So now they're going to get ostracized. Now Apple is to that person. They're now running the inferior phone. It doesn't matter how smug they want to be about it. It doesn't matter that they say, oh, but iMessage is better. Well, tough luck. In this situation, it isn't, because there's a bunch of Android users and every single one of them saying, no, we've got this perfectly working ecosystem over here. They won't use the word ecosystem because they're just going to say, nah, dude, our phone works great. Like, it's going to be straightforward. It's going to be we're all technical people in the sense that we understand the words and we're going to say the right things, but to them it's just a simple matter of, hey, when we message you, it screws up our chat. assuming it'll even work. Maybe it won't. They're going to be saying, wow, there's no way to fix this for you. Sorry, but our group chat is for people with Android phones. And okay, so maybe that happens a little bit at first, but it's going to happen more and more. And at a certain point, maybe it hits the 50% point. At that stage, even before that, I think Apple is going to be looking at it and saying, we're in a losing pattern. Eventually, RCS conversations are going to be effectively caught up. And I don't think that's going to take very long, honestly. I'm describing this as if it's going to take years. Or that's how it sounds to me in my head. I think at a certain point, Apple is going to look like the bad guy because they're the one who can fix this. There is no way to fix this on the RCS end. It's entirely up to Apple to add RCS support on its end or distribute iMessage. Distribute iMessage to Android phones. They can do that. That's in their power. So they have to choose one of these things, and I honestly agree with pretty much any sane person who says Apple's never going to distribute iMessage to Android. I mean, the word never is not right here. Certainly, I think there is a scenario that could lead to that. But in practical terms, I think Apple's never going to get there. But there will be a day that Apple says, crap, there are too many Android users out there who are getting this thing out of RCS, and they talk trash about iPhone users in a way that makes iPhone users look bad. So, granted, we don't care what they think, but we do care what our users feel like when they're being talked, when trash is being talked about them. That is a scenario that doesn't work for Apple. And it will always come back to this. It's an image issue. Apple cares about image. And the day that people are saying Apple is not good anymore because they can't talk with Android phones, that's the day that Apple has to turn around and say, nope, we support RCS. We don't necessarily support it perfectly. We don't support everything. We don't have to support all of your stuff, but we support it enough to, at a bare minimum, they will support group messaging. They will support at least some degree of sending pictures, and I would assume videos, without downsampling and screwing with their compatibility and stuff like that. They will support that stuff. And the only likely way that they support it is over iMessage. It makes sense, and it's the only sane way to do this. It's the only way where Apple still keeps iMessage exclusive. It's the only way where they still have all of their higher quality features and everything else, while still preventing the perception that Apple is the bad guy, still preventing people from saying, oh, it sucks to have an iPhone now, because that day will come if Apple doesn't give some rope here. That's the whole thing. Apple has to give some rope. If they don't, they're the one who looks like the bad guy. Let's see, Diablo, or going back to some much earlier comments. 2016 article shows how old RCS idea is, and we're all still trying to mold it. Yeah. Let's see. Google and the GSMA align behind adoption of rich communication services. Google provides RCS messaging client in Android. Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, I kind of remember most of that stuff. And yeah, Google was always going to kind of rule RCS, but I don't think they expected to be running the servers. But yeah, let's see. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave it sitting on that screen for so long. Diablo, you thought I was gonna say iPhone users and Android users at a bar. So I don't know everyone's ages necessarily, and I don't know if anyone else hangs out at bars or clubs or anything like that, but especially after this last year. But I have definitely been unintentionally people. Well, okay, sorry. Let me start phrasing this differently. People have tried to drag me into iPhone versus Android arguments at bars, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm not getting in this with you. It's stupid. There are some people who really make such a huge deal out of the phone you use, and I just don't care. It is such a dumb argument. But yeah, people do it. Let's see. Just in Google Boat, it's dark blue versus light blue. Oh yeah. Which, by the way, I will say that would be one of the funniest possible outcomes if Google Messages ever starts highlighting, oh hey, you're talking with someone who supports RCS with a color, and oh, you're talking to someone who doesn't support RCS in a completely different color. If that happens, I mean, I still call it petty. It is petty, but it will become funny. Oh yeah, Austin kind of hit that in the very next comment. All they have to do is make iMessage bubbles the worst shade of brown. Yeah, 100%. Make it. You don't even have to make it an ugly color, but that would be funnier. Or okay, I know that this is kind of a weird take on it, but imagine if it was just like I'm not thinking brown so much, but I'm thinking kind of the color of a rotted apple, which yes would be kind of brown. Associated with Dookie, yeah. I mean, same thing. I mean, okay, or they could literally copy the color of the poop emoji. That would be such a bad idea, but it would also be hilarious. Google won't do that. That's too petty. It's something I could kind of see Apple doing, but Google won't. It would look bad. And it really would actually look bad. They definitely should not do that, because it would just be the worst example to set. But it would be funny. No, if anything, I have a feeling that they would actually very possibly do literally copies of Apple's colors. Not necessarily the exact same shades, but blue for iPhone and green for Android, or something like that. Obviously pick a better green than Apple chose, but I could very much imagine that happening. It would be a smart way to do it. Let's see. Throw a piece of corn in random messages. Oh my god. See, this right here. This is almost the reason not to open up third-party API access, because I guarantee some messaging app developer would 100,000% do this. I mean, as it is, I'm even thinking of a few that I have a feeling they would. But yeah, there's some company out there or some developer out there who's going to be like, yep, we're going to troll Apple because we can. It's funny. Beside them, I don't think iPhone users' perception changes at all. Androids are bad at messaging, is the same as it always was. Okay, so I'm not sure if I'm necessarily explaining it the best way, but the issue isn't that I don't think the issue is that you need to change the perception of iPhone users about Android. Yeah, they think Android messaging sucks, and nothing that changes is ever going to change that. It's sort of, I already drew the comparison to politics. It's kind of like, at this point, you're never going to convince somebody that a Trumper isn't a crazy person. And obviously, we're not talking about just the simple person who votes for Trump, but doesn't get caught up in the rhetoric. We're talking full scale, people who have banners hanging across their houses, and they painted their truck with his picture. We're talking those types. The fact is, anyone who is not into that, they're always going to look at that person as being a crazy psycho. Nothing's going to change that. And I honestly don't see a reason to change that opinion. But this I think is the same thing. It's just like how iPhone users think Android cameras suck. They're convinced that every Android camera takes these potato quality images that are just absolute trash. Meanwhile, if you did a side-by-side comparison, they're likely to end up picking, as their favorite pictures, they're likely to end up picking an Android phone, or at a bare minimum not be able to tell the difference. So, that perception exists, and I agree, it isn't changing. But that doesn't mean that if let's just throw this out there. I know this sounds stupid, but I think we can say it this way. If little Johnny is sitting there with his iPhone, and he gets an invite he gets invited to chat with Kim, Susie, and I don't know, I'm just making up the most Anglo-Saxon white boring names I can think of, but let's just say Kim and Susie, they invite him into a group chat for whatever reason. They're both hot, and then they realize, oh, you got an iPhone. Sorry, dude. If we sent messages to you, if we sent pictures to you, you're going to get these things that are scaled down to nothing of value. Yeah, I know, it's totally the elementary math problem. 100%. God, and believe me, I hate this example even as I'm giving it, but it's so simple it works. Johnny is going to be like, crap, Mom, Dad, get me an Android phone. I don't care if it sucks. I want to be able to see the messages those two girls are sending. And okay, that's an extreme and ridiculous example, but it's also it's real. It's the sort of crap that would happen. And even if grow this one up, make it not as childish as I just made it sound, and it's still going to be a similar situation. If you've got a group of people that all work at the same company, and this isn't about a teenager trying to get laid, it's now about people who just work together and they're on a group message. Let's say they're all friends, they all like each other at work, they're civilized. What happens when one of them doesn't have the same phone? Well, sorry, you can't be in on the group message where all of us, we all plan which bar we're going to go to, and we all talk about, we all communicate where we're going to be going and doing things. Android makes up such a large percentage of the number of phones in this country. Whether, you can look in a number of places. Obviously, market share numbers are all over the place. Some people say that Apple iPhones, I think one metric I just saw claims that they make up 64% of the current market share. Meanwhile, I looked on another site and it said, nah, iPhones are upper 40%. That's a really big gap. A 20% gap on a population the size of the US, it's hard to get that wrong, but sites or various sources obviously are. Whatever the number is, the fact remains there's going to be people who work at a place that where whatever phone some of them use, or whichever phone, is going to outnumber the other type of phone. And as a result, there's going to be people who are like, oh damn, I can't be in a group chat with coworkers because of this. Well, golly, now, what's the choice? I can try to convert everybody I work with to use whatever thing I have, or I get shut out, or I can convert. Those are your choices. And let's be honest, in the situations, and there will be plenty of them, where Android outnumbers iPhone. I mean, I can literally name places that I've worked where that was the case. And I'm sorry, but yeah, you don't have to change the perception of iPhone users to think Android is good. But the moment that an iPhone user feels like they're being ostracized because they don't have an Android phone, and it's not like a personal ostracizing, it's literally these phones are incompatible for messaging. That's it. That is a bad look. At this point, Apple looks bad. Apple looks bad to the iPhone user. The iPhone user still thinks Android can still think Android sucks, but Apple looks bad for not making their stuff work with the thing Android users have. Because again, that choice is Apple's. Apple is the one that can fix this, nobody else. And that narrative cannot be changed. And I'm sure to some extent there will still be, the typical snobbery. There will still be the typical, some people spread, oh no, this is a problem with Android phones. But there will be a lot more people who say, no, sorry, this is how it is. Apple can fix this, nobody else can. That doesn't change. And again, I don't think that this is about changing iPhone users' perception of Android. It's about changing their perception of Apple. And if their perception of Apple gets bad, Apple may lose market share. I think more than likely that's not really going to be the controlling issue, but it will still be bad. And once enough people feel like Apple looks bad because they don't work with RCS, that's it. It's game over. They will support RCS. Again, I'm not saying full, great, wonderful support, but it'll be enough. And at that point, RCS won. Let's see. Okay, integrate not a hot dog into RCS, and the women will move to RCS. The men will follow. Truth. Let's see. So, for those extreme takes, you got an Android, you're never getting married. Oh yeah, no, yeah. But yeah, this just keeps coming down to the basics of, I think at a certain point, perception is what will dominate this end result, and eventually RCS will become a standard. I fully believe Apple's going to keep running iMessage the way it is because and keep adding on it because Apple fully controls the platform. And as a result, it's always going to have features that just don't translate to RCS. They're going to keep adding things that just can't be translated. So iMessage will live in its own level. And I kind of want, I have to sort of take back what I had previously theorized. The more I think about it, the more I think Apple will probably keep pushing the green bubble, blue bubble narrative, because they like to highlight, hey, our phone does things that the other guy can't, and they'll keep doing that. Maybe at a certain point it'll stop being a thing, but I have a funny feeling it's going to persist. At least long enough that anyone who's really making a bet on it would give up and admit that it's still a thing. But I mean, hell, I'm admitting it. It's probably still going to be a thing. But yeah, Apple will have to give in on RCS at least a little. They have to give some rope. And also, I know that other people are kind of batting this one around. Carriers are eventually going to force Apple to do it too. There's question about how far that'll go, but honestly, I do tend to think that's probably true. At a certain point, carriers are going to say, look, you actually have to do this. Because we have customers who are coming in and complaining. Which I know, I say this often, and I'm not sure if people really believe it, but carriers hate customer service calls. They hate when someone shows up at the retail stores and says, hey, I want to send messages and pictures and stuff to the such and such person, but they can't. It just doesn't work with them. Or, I don't know why when I send a message to this person, the picture they're getting is garbage quality. It looks like a potato took it. That's something my son said. It looks like a potato took it. I don't understand what that means, but I think it's true. Carriers hate this. They don't want to pay for that. They don't want their sales reps wasting time answering those questions. They don't want customer service lines sitting there answering to this sort of monotonous question that ultimately comes down to, yep, one company is fighting a cat fight with another company. That's expensive. Paying people to answer this question sucks. And at a certain point, I bet they're going to say, look, Apple, you just have to. If you don't support it, it's costing us money. It's costing us time. Our customers aren't happy because of you. And they're yelling at us over this. Obviously, they're also yelling at Apple and Google and anyone else that might listen. But carriers will get the brunt of some of this. And they don't want it. Simple as that. Photoception. My son sent me a picture of a potato, but it looks like potato. Oh my god, Diablo. Give yourself a high five for that one. Please, right now, give yourself a high five for that one. I love that. Oh, it's terrible and awesome all in one. So yeah, carriers will put some weight on Apple. I don't get me wrong. I don't think it's going to be like oh my god, carriers decided to really convince Apple that they needed to change. Yeah, no. Let's be realistic. But when they're talking with Apple about things, eventually it will come up. There will be pressure. It may not be heavy pressure. I don't think they're going to make threats. I don't think that this is the issue where they say, oh, well, we're just going to stop selling iPhones, or we're going to stop pushing iPhones. We're going to push them to the back of the store. I don't think this is an issue that leads to that. But I can see it being an issue where they're saying, hey, Apple, you got to do this, okay? Just do this. Make everyone content. And at a certain point, if there are enough reasons why carriers are saying, hey, Apple, remember this list of 50 things that we said you need to do? Well, it's not... We were okay with 49 of them being undone, but you just hit 50. Like, it's not cool anymore. You got to do this stuff now, or yeah, we'll relocate your phones to the back corner where we don't have lights, and we're not going to have a big display with 10 of your phones. We're going to have a display with like the latest 2, and then if people ask, we'll sell them something else. At a certain point, carriers can fight back, and if they get sick of it, if they start fighting back, Apple will bend. Apple will bend a lot to make carriers happy again. Maybe not very happy, but happy enough. Let's see. Carrier rep writing it down. Yeah. Apple event 420. I wonder how that one's going to go. They think that, yeah, there's something about spring loaded, which I don't know if that's just because this is spring. If there's actually gonna like, I know there's a springing animation. Like, I don't know if you on Twitter. Actually, this should be easy enough to find. Come on, load a result that doesn't suck. Okay. Okay, so yeah, in their thing, it looked, supposedly this is supposed to be kind of representative of a spring. Here we go. Does this have, oh, no. Okay. I know somebody was posting the actual animated thing that was like a VR spring, or sorry, AR spring somewhere. Is this it? This might be, wait, who is this? Oh, Digital Trends. Not who we're going with. Yeah, now I'm not seeing it popping up. I figured it'd be easier to find, but yeah, I'm not sure what the spring is about. Part of me wonders, yeah, Springboard. It would be interesting if, yeah, it was at the Apple campus. Yeah, which, okay, maybe if I search for Apple campus. How about Spring Apple Campus? Yep, that's even the tweet that I saw. There we go. Yeah, which, it's an interesting thing. It doesn't actually show it doesn't show it springing, but it's obviously in that shape. Like, it looks a little like a slinky. So yeah, it makes me wonder, because I can't think of too much that a spring represents that wouldn't be like, I don't know, part of me thinks folding phone, but we haven't heard any rumors of Apple launching a folding phone right away. So kind of doubting that. Also, it's April. This is not the time that Apple would announce a phone. Reminds me of the iPad Noodles wallpaper. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what, they might be doing, and that has me questioning it. First we invented magnets, now we bring you springs. Oh my god, I could see it. But yeah, I am looking forward to this. I'm curious what they're gonna do. I mean, I'll watch this live. So, well, it'll be a week from yesterday. I'll watch this live and we can talk about it in the chat room or on Discord. But yeah, I am curious. Wait, Lindsay Morgan, the actress? Yep, that's her. New iPhone 12 spring cases. Oh, John. You schmuck. Oh my god, Diablo, you're on a roll. The magnet wallet case now has a spring to pop open when it detects you purchasing. How about when you walk into an Apple store, your phone just has a spring that automatically triggers and it ejects it from your pocket so that you can make payments even faster. Maybe move the show to Tuesday next week. Let me think on that. Depending on circumstances, I might. So in a way that actually could be good because then everything's fresh. The other side of it is more and more I've noticed news about what gets announced during the Apple event usually then leaks out, or not leaks, but trickles out over the next 24 hours. So part of me thinks that we would get a lot more valuable stuff to talk about if it goes the day after. But on the other hand, it might be more fun to talk about it the day of. Let me think on that one, because that could be interesting in both directions. Let's see. Apple Campus has been a compressed spring all along on 420 Apple, or Apple Cook. Tim Cook uncompressed the spring. Oh God. Oh, that'd be. Oh wow. What the hell happened here? Oh, I see. Wait, how did this show up in a Apple related thing? Just some, oh, I guess someone decided to reply. That was weird. Anyway. Yeah, so I am curious what the hell a spring has to do with their next products, but that's obviously got something to do with it. And what the products are gonna be. Is this a new product or is this revising existing products? So, you know, again, given the time of year, it feels unlikely that they're about to announce a new iPhone. I could see them maybe announcing a new iPad mini because holy crap, that's obviously, or wait. Is there a, no. They don't have a alternate version of the mini. Are they going to show us the empty halls again? Jeez, I hope not. Honestly, I'm really not a fan of this weird hyper real rendering that they're doing where they're walking around in front of green screens, but it's made it has this background rendered over the top. It's just awkward. I don't like it. And the weird like hyperlapse drone flights into stuff, which aren't actually drones at all. It's just more of the 3D rendered stuff. It's weird. They gotta stop that. It's cringy. Anyway, Yeah, so they're not going to announce a new iPhone unless by some weird chance, maybe it's the SE. I could see maybe the SE getting... it wouldn't be a late refresh. It would be sort of early, but... that's a possibility. Yeah, people question if real. I don't think it is. I mean, there's a way that they could actually do it that's real, and it would explain why it looks fake, depending on the way that they're using the cameras. But obviously the fly over and in stuff, that's all just pre-rendered crap. But yeah, I don't think it's real. I'm pretty sure they're just in front of green screens. Let's see, then or maybe not in front of green screens, maybe they're in front of the same thing that they're using for the Mandalorian. Now I can't think of Cinescapes. Maybe they're in front of a Cinescape kind of thing. Let's see, iPads are not outside of the iPad mini, there's not really much reason for an iPad to be refreshed right now. Sorry, I take that back. They could be doing an iPad. If they're talking about a spring, part of me does wonder if they might be getting into folding devices. Again, there hasn't been enough leaks to support a folding device, but yeah, it just strikes me as the best explanation for a spring related thing. If you get into Macs, that's obviously where what I feel like they're probably getting close to announcing is MacBook Pro, it's time. In fact, all of the Mac laptops, except for the recent M1 updates, every single one of them needs to get updated. So if they're holding an event now, it would kind of be the right time. Let's see. Could there be something spring related having to do with maybe AirPods or the HomePod? The new M chip. Yeah, I could see that. Though they're definitely going to ride the generational thing. They want generations on that. It looks better if they keep the generations, at least for now. Yeah, I can't think of much else for that. And then spring having to do with Apple TV. They're never touching the iPod Touch again. That's a dead product. Maybe something spring relating to a watch? I don't know. At this point, again, the only thing I can think is that they have a new product. I just have no ideas. Springs in the AirPods case. Can you think of any better way to make sure that people will lose their AirPods than if when they open the case, yep, they can pop out easier? You open the case and all of a sudden, boing, sprung. Your AirPods go vaulting out, not just shooting out, but they actually fire off in different directions. It's a very Apple-y thing to do. AirTags. Actually, I wouldn't be that surprised. AirTags would kind of be it's the right time to announce them. Honestly, it really is. Because we have people returning to traveling more and more, or about to be. They obviously had their time to kind of finish cooking in the oven, so whatever issues they had with them that caused them to be delayed already should be resolved. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if AirTags were at least part of this. Maybe it has nothing to do with the spring, but I could see it. Anyway, Yeah, let's see. What does this say? The 100% likely. Okay. What does 100% likely mean? Anyway, they're predicting new iPad Pro, mini LED display on 12.9 inch tablet, 5G, M1-like processor, upgraded cameras, and maybe a new Apple Pencil. Sure, okay. The Google Assistant finding iPhone must be related. I didn't know that was a thing, but that's cool. Spring colors for iPhone cases and watch bands, which, yeah, that's what Prosser was showing in his picture. Yeah, here. Which, woo, super care. Not to be a dick about it, but yeah. I know Apple, it wants to highlight their cases, but these are just the dullest cases. Yeah, so they won't get sued for locking in only AirTags to locate it. I don't think that would be a lawsuit situation. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't be surprised if they even eventually work with other companies to do that. Who knows? More than 50% likely AirTags, which, yeah, okay, agree. I think it's very likely that comes up. And a redesigned iMac. Okay. And then unlikely is other Mac models, AirPods, Apple TV. Yeah, and yeah, I think those are due for later in the year. So, what among these has anything to do with spring besides the colors for iPhone cases? What has to do with a physical spring? I don't get that. 120 hertz Apple TV or nothing? Oh my god. Oh man, Apple TV, that is a product I'm starting to not understand. They come out with it, hype it really, really hard, and then do nothing with it for way too long. Like, why? Why would you not get Apple TV? I don't get it. It's a big product. Treat it like a big product. Don't goof around with this stuff. Just treat it seriously. Let Apple TV have its market. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, next week, again, I definitely, I'll be watching it live. Anyone who's interested in it, maybe we should, I don't know, maybe by the way, should I create any additional channels in the Discord? If anyone has ideas, let me know. Let's see. They made it goofy with Apple TV Plus. Yeah, they really did. And okay, I know that this is a lost cause, but Apple, can you please release an Apple TV Plus app on Android TV? I know they 100% don't want to do that, and probably never will, and I wouldn't subscribe even if they did. But come on, don't be petty. It's not the biggest platform, but it's big enough. Anyway, it's spring and our keynote is loaded with product announcements. Yeah, really. Because it's like service or hardware. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It is on Chromecast. It's not on all Sony TVs. It's just newer ones. At least I believe that's the case. I don't think I have it on mine. And Was it installable from the Play Store? I don't actually remember. Apple TV. Sure, we'll just search that. Oh, okay, it is installable from the Play Store. Will this install to any of my devices? Oh, oops. Need to be opened in a different browser to make that even a possibility. So we're going to find out. Again, I'm not going to subscribe. Why I'm even looking, I don't know. App is not available to any devices, both listings. So nope, no go for me. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. They do. Okay, so I found 2 different listings, but I did not consider maybe there's one. Nope. No, I guess not. I was going to say maybe there's one for Sony TV that I didn't find. Nope, there's only 2 listings. They didn't realize they actually did an app for Beats. It makes sense. Totally makes sense. Whew. And those recent reviews are harsh. It's like almost all 1 stars. But yeah, there are different package names for the different versions. I'll just paste them into okay, and this one. So yeah, here are the package names, the 2 package names that exist. One, or they both start with com.apple.atve, and then one says sony.appletv and the other one is androidtv.appletv. And obviously Android TV is for Chromecast with Google TV, which I hate that name. I still hate that name. Sabrina was better, and code names should not be the best thing. Damn it, Google, stop brand screwing yourself. Google, the ultimate self-cock block. I mean, can anyone else think of a company that cock blocks itself more than Google? Okay. Not that this is important, but I just noticed that my smartwatch, since being powered back on... Wait, does it have the right time? No, that's weird. I need to fix the hands on it, but it also has the wrong time for, Yeah, I'll fix it later, but weird thing to have go wrong. Cody, that was a difficult question. What was? Why are they so they're so bad at branding? I mean, they just really are. Anyway, so damn it, I have this bad habit. Every time I open up a tweet, for some reason I glance over at the trending topics, and I see Shane Dawson is for some reason trending, and it's like, please someone tell me that it's because he's getting canceled. Please someone cancel him. Anyway, Google's #1 on blocking themselves. Yep, yeah. I mean, Google is the ultimate self-cock block. Google is like the guy who goes to a bar and wears a tie, a necktie over a t-shirt because he thinks it's cool. He thinks it's a way of peacocking. Google is the guy who walks up to a girl and says, "Hey, if I nag you, will you go home with me?" Google is the guy who who shows up to the bar with literally like half of the head shaved. Just half. One side. Or maybe its front half is shaved, back half is long, so it's like the extreme mullet. Google is the guy who goes on a date, is about to get lucky, and then says, "Hey, so we're gonna head back to my mom's place." Google is the guy who meets a girl at the bar and says, "Hey, can you buy me a drink? I don't make anything. I don't have a job." Google is the guy who meets a girl and says, "Okay, can we talk about what happened on The Bachelor this week?" I'm only thinking of that one because Bachelor thing is also trending. Roast session at this point. I mean, come on, you got to have fun with it. I'm sure I'm probably being semi-offensive. This is somehow not an appropriate way to roast, but it's funny. It's funny. We can all laugh at the bad things that Google does. Anyway, so do we have any other topics? I am a little bit out of directions to ramble, I think. Because, like I said, I got nothing on Google's ad campaign. I just don't even care. Like, at this point... Oh, actually, okay. So, I do have a meta thought about Google's ad campaign. How many people see it? I think that's one thing I might be very curious about. How many people actually see it? So with their latest ad campaign, if you look at the video, don't just watch it embedded, but if you look at the video on YouTube, and I guess I can load that up. Oh, actually, I guess you could look at it embedded too. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, if you look at it here, the title is tagged with shorts. Hashtag shorts. So, for people that don't know, there is actually something interesting about this. If you have looked at... I don't know if it's on the main page. I assume it must be, but maybe not. And obviously, everybody can either know or guess. Wait, somebody forged a katana out of a rusted iron chain? That's kind of neat. Anyway, let's see. We're looking for... All right, I get the impression that maybe they don't put them on... Do they not? They might not. Yeah, I don't think shorts are being exposed on the browser. But yeah, YouTube Shorts are basically YouTube's copy of Stories. And yeah, evidently it probably is mobile only. If you open the YouTube app, let's see, and scroll down, is it... How far do I have to go? Okay, I had to scroll about 3 screens down to get to it, though I've scrolled as little as 2 times to get there. But there's a section called Shorts, and they call it Shorts Beta, which is funny, but they do have a section for Shorts. Any video that has the hashtag Shorts in the title or description, and am I back on? Am I back on? Okay, just moving my head so I can see if it shows up in the video stream. Okay, looks like I'm back on to me. Okay, I just got notifications that OBS disconnected and was trying to reconnect, and then a message saying it reconnected, and I saw a big buffer in YouTube, so something weird glitched. Anyway, with shorts, the principle is it works just like TikTok, and the theory a lot of people are going with is this latest ad is probably also going to go onto TikTok, which, all right, that makes sense. It's whatever, you know, go ahead, companies, shove ads onto a platform people don't want ads on, but it is what it is. The thing that interests me about this is, if you guys haven't heard of, let's see, here's the Spiffing Brit. Here's one of those channels that you've probably never heard of, unless you've heard of it, and then you've definitely heard of it. The Spiffing Brit is a channel very heavily focused on how to exploit usually games, but not just games. He's gone into detail about let's see, the infinite like glitch that breaks YouTube. Okay, that's a new one. I'll have to check that out. But the Spiffing Brit mostly just shows off like weird ways to exploit games and kind of cheat your way through stuff. He did one about McDonald's and the various ways that people have found to cheat McDonald's. So this video, for example, discussed one of the tactics somebody found was they wanted people to be able to customize their burgers using the using a touch interface. And so what they found was the burgers were priced at $1, but the meat patty inside, what they wanted people to be able to do was add a second meat patty, and they wanted that to cost $1.10. So they made the meat patties all cost $1.10. But the trick was that if you ordered a $1 burger and removed the meat patty from it, so you just had a bun with ketchup and whatever other condiments were on there, you technically had 10 cents coming back to you. So if you ordered enough of these and then order something that actually costs money, let's say a $9 meal, then you could now have a completely free $9 meal and a metric crap load of hamburger buns with ketchup on them. Empty hamburger buns with ketchup on them. That was it. So apparently someone actually did do this. But yeah, there are a few different stories in there. Anyway, so back to the point. The Spiffing Brit did a video. What was it? Is it this one? I think it was. It should be that one. He did a video basically highlighting how, maybe this was the one that came. Oh no, sorry. This is the one that came first. This had nothing to do with shorts. This had to do with the community polls and community messages. It was basically a way that they found to hack YouTube to get tons and tons of followers and attention on channels. And it works pretty well from what they've shown, though YouTube is trying to fix that one. Here's the one. He's also talked about how shorts can be abused to get a ton of attention on your channel and how a few other people have already done it. So yeah, he's done a few different exposés on YouTube and how people are kind of abusing YouTube's system. He's obviously, there's now one for Twitch. How to get infinite money in bits? I need to just create a new channel and start abusing Twitch. But yeah, anyway, if you're curious about it and just have some extra time, go watch some of these. They're not the greatest things to watch because he basically just takes a bunch of stock photography, talks while flipping between images, which isn't the greatest watching experience, but it works. So I feel like that's why Google is using is getting into doing shorts with their ads, because it's one of those things that they can do that actually hacks their own system, so to speak. Like, they're trying to abuse their own system for views, and that way they don't have to technically pay. Not that Google was paying for advertising on its own platforms, but they don't have to push out ads as readily through other avenues if their own platform just naturally, by the algorithm, serves up. Is it possible to have your own channel emojis on YouTube? I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of, at least. YouTube channel emoji. Channel membership perks. Maybe there are. Channels enabled for memberships can create members-only perks. Okay. These perks are only available to your active paid members. These include custom emoji, badges, and access to perks you offer. Of course, yeah, must comply with policies. Custom channel badges, custom emoji. Good broken image, guys. That's super awesome. Okay, so emojis. 0 members can get, or a channel can have 4 emoji, 2 members 5, and the scale, it counts up basically with increasing blocks. Huh. Yeah, well, this is pretty comparable to affiliate, if you ask me, because you just have to enable memberships. But yeah, well, okay, so people have to be members to use them. That's pretty much the same as having to have subscribers on Twitch. And being able to activate memberships is something that you have to be monetized, or your channel has to support being monetized. You have to be a partner, whatever it's called. So, you know, that's the same as being affiliate, except, you know, much higher bar to get there. And the number of subscribers has some effect over the number of emoji you get, which I think is how Twitch worked. I may be wrong on that one. I love how if you get to 5,000 members, you can talk to them about getting more emoji. Jeez. That's fun. By the way, I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone, if you would like to support the channel, by all means, feel free to browse down into the description where you will find links to Patreon and Streamlabs, and you are certainly welcome to throw a few bucks my direction. It helps to support the channel and helps me pretend that this is a professional endeavor. But yeah, anyway, so that's funny. I honestly did not even realize that YouTube had custom emojis. I often forget that they even have memberships. It's one of those things. I know it exists. There are a couple of channels I go to that have a button for joining, and I just, it does not click in my head that this is a thing. So, good to know, I guess. Let's see. Custom emoji specifications. GIF, JPEG, or PNG are preferred. Note, GIFs will be displayed as a static image, not as an animation. Boo. Boo. Not that I want a bunch of animations, but, you know, it'd be a thing. Emoji will show up in different sizes on mobile devices and on computer monitors. You can, let's see, emoji show at 24 by 24, and then they have a 48 by 48 resolution if you're on high DPI. Okay, that's basically the difference. What can you design? Blah blah blah. Okay, nothing else. Yeah, well, so in order to get there, I'm gonna have to get, let's see, to become a member, I should have to, oops, wait, really? I click on the membership link and it expects you to sign in. Wonderful. Thanks, guys. But yeah, so memberships. Is it possible to get a bot into the chat? I believe, well, I'm like 90-ish% certain yes. Even if not entirely officially, definitely unofficially you can. Because I've actually looked at the API for it. So I have considered writing a, well, what I want to do is actually, I don't want to write a bot necessarily. Like I kind of want to do that too, but I want to write an actual tool to replace, well, hold on. I'm getting there. We're going to get there. Where is it? Yeah, there. I want a tool to replace this. So this is the streaming dashboard. If you've never seen it, welcome. It's not great. Now, I don't think that you can replace like your live viewer count. I don't think you can replace some of the stuff that's up here, but the API does support being able to read or to capture the messages that are coming through the chat. Now, what I want to do, what I would love to be able to do, is write an app that connects you to this chat room and gives you actual usable, a good interface for it. So just so you guys know, I'll give that little bit of a, here's how I do things. When I'm talking, a lot of times what I'll end up doing is, when I'm reading comments, what I'll end up doing, if I kind of fall behind or as I'm reading, I'll just select a small batch of text, and, you know, comments will keep coming in and kind of pushing that up. At a certain point, when I get back to reading comments, I look for where I last selected text. There is no other way to do this. That's it. There is an overflow menu where you can do things like pin, report, remove, put user on timeout, hide user, and add a moderator. You can also, if you hold down the Alt button, you get a few of these options as just hoverable buttons. Let's see, was there anything on any of these other buttons? I don't think so. No. Okay, just the Alt button. These things are fine. They're not bad. But this interface is not good. Oh, and you also have an overflow for popping out the chat, seeing the participants, and toggling timestamps. Which, okay, the toggle timestamps might be marginally useful. But this chat window is not resizable. You can't make it a larger part of the window. And obviously, you know, it only takes not even a third of this window. If I wanted the chat window wider, if I wanted to be able to see more things, if maybe I wanted delete that for a test. Let's see. Should just be able to click that. Yep. So view deleted message. Nice. And yeah, I don't know, but I'm assuming that I can't even tell. Okay. Okay. And the overlaid chat does not get affected by deleting messages. That wouldn't change. Nothing there is going to get changed by the client I'm thinking about writing. But yeah, I want to write a native client that can just be a good resizable window that lives over top, or not lives over top, but that lives separately from this chat window. And I want it to have a few more options. There's definitely more that can be done. I would like to build in some auto mod types of features. There's a lot of really simple stuff that could be done. Oh, you can retract messages too. I didn't know that. I don't chat in a whole lot of live streams, so I haven't noticed that myself. But yeah, anyway, I keep thinking about this. The only thing is, I don't know that would be worth the time. Like, obviously it would be kind of a nice thing I would use, but the only way it really makes sense is if I could also like market this to other live streamers, which I probably could, but I don't know yet. I swear I just saw something flying around my head. Anyway. Oh, does it depend on channel settings? I don't know. I'm not really sure on that. Anyway. So there is an API for interacting with the chat. And because of that, that inherently means there's also, whether they intend it for bots or not, and I think they do intend it for bots, because of that, it's safe to say you can also write your own bots to be in the channel as well. Now, whether or not they work very well or have some of the same bot capabilities that you might have with like a Twitch bot, I'm not sure on that, but it would be good. Yeah, and one of the things that kind of annoys me currently, am I still sharing? No, I'm not. So, like in this view, I can switch to participants, and the only people it shows are me and Diablo. That's it. That's the only two in the list. And, like, why? That's dumb. I don't get me wrong, I understand that people are allowed to lurk, and I'm not complaining about lurking, but it strikes me as problematic that it doesn't show, you know, obviously, further back in history, because C. Saldana was in here talking, Austin was in here talking, B. Sliding was talking, Curving Mermaid was here. I'm not sure who and how many still are, but it'd be nice if I could still see a list of everyone who is talking, even if they haven't said anything in a while. And I'm not sure what the timeout is, but, you know, still. Well, I think YouTube, honestly, I think it's the opposite. I think YouTube really wants to enable lurking. Because, you know, granted, sometimes people just want to kind of stay off on the sidelines and not say anything. Whereas Twitch, Twitch, sometimes they show lurkers, sometimes they don't. Twitch was really weird about that, where it wasn't predictable. Beside him, good, awesome, you're still here. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things. It feels weird that YouTube doesn't, like, I kind of wish YouTube, not that my particular app would make any difference with this, but I kind of wish YouTube would add like a checkbox. You could just check to say, like, flag me as being always here, as long as I actually am here. That way, if someone looks in the participants window, that's it. Like, they could just straight up see, oh, hey, good, awesome, such and such is still here. I want to say something to that person. Which would be particularly handy with, I don't know, like channel mods. Maybe channel mods you want to see if they're around. I think it would be pretty useful if maybe, oh man, okay, this is a bit of a specific example, but I remember watching this one channel's, it was a photography streamer, and granted this was on Twitch, but he was doing photography stuff, and at a certain point he starts going, oh, hey, is such and such person still here? I need to talk to you about something. Can you let me know if you're in the chat? And so he waits and waits and waits, and he goes, oh, I guess he's gone already. That sucks, you know. And then he starts doing something else, and then the guy responds like, and you could tell he was just on a really bad lag. And yeah, it's LAG, not LEG, a bad lag. But yeah, the guy was just behind, and then they start, like, at that point they started talking and realized what was going on. But yeah, you want to be able to know if people are actively there or paying attention, but not necessarily chatting live. Oh yeah, for giveaways make sense too, which, by the way, that was one of the things that I kind of wanted to do with my app. I figured it would be really smart to say, like, filter for, like, be able to create a list of people who put a certain emoji in their messages, and then, you know, everyone can just respond with, I don't know, you tell everyone maybe to send, I don't know, we'll just go with, wow, okay, they call it an elbow cough, but come on, that's a dab. That's a dab, guys. Wait, did I gesture off the... Yeah, okay, I gestured the right way. I'm on the edge of where my camera's capturing, so I don't even know for sure. But, yeah, I think it would be entirely... It would be cool if people had a good way of actually capturing... Hey, who sent this emoji in chat? I'll give a reward to such and such person, like, you know, and then you have an app or a bot or something that just records who has done this, and maybe disqualifies people for doing it too many times or something. I don't know. But yeah, there are ways to do this, and it would make a lot more sense, and it would be a good tool for that. So I have been thinking about making this as an app. I just haven't yet. And I probably shouldn't talk about it so much as actually just do it. But hey. Oh yeah, the money messages thing. Well, yeah, YouTube has it, but again, I have to be partnered to do that, which yeah. Need to get there. Someday, YouTube, I will be one of your money-making pawns. Yeah, super chats. Yeah, I don't know why that name didn't even immediately come to me, but yeah, super chats. Super chats were super short-lived. Though, okay, here's the thing. They were short-lived, but also There are two channels that I watch some of their live streams after the fact. I rarely see them when they happen. They're the only two channels where I regularly will still watch their live streams after the fact, and both of them get super chats. I'm not saying a lot. Well, one of them does, actually. One of them. Okay. These are both photography related channels, so again, that's what I watch. The F-Stoppers channel, when they do their live streams, they actually get, like, per live stream, I would say, I'd be surprised if they weren't making at least like $200 or $300 in super chats per live stream. Maybe it's not that high, but it's gotta be close. I mean, really close. They do super well. It's incredible. And then I've also watched some of the Gerald Undone live streams, and I think his super chats probably are hitting at least like $75-$80 per super chat, or per stream. Maybe higher. So yeah, I don't know. Super chats are working still for some people. They're definitely not dead. They kind of just died off on some channels. Yeah, and believe me, I'm sad not to be on Twitch, because while yes, Twitch sucks in so many ways, and believe me, in many ways I'm much happier being on YouTube. And at the same time, the thing that sucks is YouTube, you don't need to, well, on Twitch you had to hit 50 followers. Was it 50? Yeah, 50. And I was at 42 or 43 when they banned the account. On here, you have to hit 1,000. 50 versus 1,000. God, YouTube, you gotta fix this. That's so stupid. And yeah, the Prime subs made Twitch tempting too. Like, the Prime subs just made it easy to be a small channel and actually not necessarily make a ton of money, but you could make a few bucks to kind of warrant the channel's existence. Yeah, it drives me nuts that YouTube has such a much higher bar. Okay, Diablo. Chat with you later. Though, seeing as I've been talking, I guess this is almost borderline industry talk at this point. I'm not sure how much longer or how much more I have to ramble about. But if anyone's got topics, feel free to toss some of those out. Yeah, live streaming is very different than normal YouTube videos. I mean, if I'm making a YouTube video, 100%, I want to do, I want to keep it short and snappy. I certainly don't want to repeat myself a lot. Like, I'm going to edit something down so it is fairly direct and to the point. Which I have some very specific things that I'm looking forward to doing. I need time to make these things happen. And I also really need I need a second person with me to hold a camera from time to time. But yeah, I've got some really neat things that I want to do, a couple that are kind of in the works, just not far enough along yet. Anyway, but yeah, live streaming is a very different thing. I mean, obviously it's just like interacting with people live is so much of a different thing, and at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's that different than like radio. So I'm certainly not comparing myself to Howard Stern or anything like that, but sort of this in my mind is so similar to just being on a radio talk show for like a morning show kind of thing, where people sit down and yeah, people are listening to you. They're live callers Obviously, this is different because it's multiple people talking at once, or can be talking at once, and the interactivity is higher here than it is with like a morning show, but it is that same format in a way. The person who is speaking is talking with multiple people, and yeah, you know, you screw up. It's a thing, it happens, and you just move on from it. And there's certainly repetition. There's going to be stumbling over words. There's trying to think of what it is you're trying to say instead of just being able to say it. If I'm making a YouTube video and just filming myself, I'm certainly going to like cut out pauses. I'm going to, or I'll reshoot a segment if I'm not happy with how it sounds or how it looks. I can fix little things. I can remove the redundancy and repetition. So yeah, all of that makes it so different. The counter is, I think way more people are interested in watching YouTube videos. I could be wrong on that. It's hard to tell, but I think YouTube videos generally are going to be more successful because, again, it's a commitment of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that, instead of a commitment of hours. Or even like with shorter streams, maybe an hour or so. What phone just buzzed? Or rather, why did a phone just buzz? I don't see a reason. Oh. Well, okay, that wasn't the reason, but I just saw or read a thing that was political in nature, but it does not seem like the right night to bring it up. Let's see. Okay, sorry. I was just thinking, did I check all the messages recently? And it looks like I have. Okay, but yeah, live streaming is weird. Live streaming is definitely weird. It has its perks and it has its drawbacks. And live streaming certainly encourages, because so with YouTube videos, you also have many different ways for them to kind of make profit, I guess, or to be monetized. With a YouTube video, you can have mid-roll ads, you can have obviously you can have sponsorships, and like there are ads associated with just having watched the video. All of this obviously assuming you're partnered. Whereas with live streams do not have pre-roll or mid-roll ads. Which notably, they actually had pre-roll ads on Twitch and could have mid-roll ads. Though the streamer had to trigger the mid-roll ads. But they could set it up so if you visited someone who was who required pre-roll ads on their videos, then those would roll before someone actually got to start watching the streamer. None of these things exist on YouTube. At least I don't think they do. So when you do a live stream, someone opens the channel, starts seeing you immediately. They're not getting any ads at all. They don't get forced to watch one before watching you, and they don't get forced to watch there are no mid-roll ads. And so, yeah, these are things you just don't have on YouTube. So YouTube actually is even more hungry for super chats in that sense. Difference in platform, obviously, but it encourages you to seek out the super chat as opposed to just hoping people kind of watch you live, which is a weird paradigm, but makes sense, I think. It is better for viewers, obviously. Not as good for the streamer. And then obviously the other big catch for streamers is you don't have Bezos bucks, because YouTube will not fund this. I really wish. That's one of the things. I really wish YouTube Premium subscriptions included like some free super chats or something. I know that's probably asking too much, but it would be so nice. Not to say everyone's going to use them, and not to say there aren't drawbacks to anything like that, but man, that would encourage so many people to come back to live streaming on YouTube. Anyway, back off of that. I didn't realize I was even still showing. Let's see. So anyway, did anyone have other topics? I'm not trying to ditch out, but somewhat uncertain about oh, I just saw an email that makes me feel slightly guilty. Nothing too big, but it's one of those, like, it's a PR person who like, I don't want to tell them, hey, this isn't something that we would cover, but it's something we wouldn't cover. Meanwhile, he totally thinks that we would. Running dry on topics. I mean, I'm not trying to. I just don't know what else is really a topic right now. Let's see, because we already hit like the obvious breakup of the RCS thing. Let's see, there was oh, what else is there? There was obviously the Sony camera with the telescoping zoom, kind of. Now that I think about it, I'm really curious what that's going to look like during the switch in zoom levels, but doesn't matter. I don't think there's anything to ramble about with Logitech. Oh yeah, the OnePlus Watch. The OnePlus Watch. Okay. I don't know that I have a lot to say here. I don't think I do, but I haven't bothered reading reviews because I've seen what people are saying about it. Inside the AP chat, it's not nice. I haven't read our review, but I have a funny feeling it is probably a lot more reserved than what has been said about that watch inside of chat. The basic premise, it's hot. It's fine, or would be if it didn't cost nearly as much. And believe me, I'm toning it down. People do not think very highly of it. And who was it? Miriam Shori? I don't know exactly how to pronounce her name, but yeah, she absolutely gutted it, apparently. Again, I haven't read the review, but yeah, I guess she did not think this thing was acceptable. And look, I tend to agree. You've got a product that it's not a bad product in the same sense that I say Wear OS is not that bad. Wear OS delivers notifications, maybe not always as well as it should, but it delivers notifications, and it tells time. These are things, it does them actually pretty competently. Could they be done better? Yes. Does the hardware or is the hardware possibly lacking? Yes. But objectively, it's doing the things it's supposed to do, and it does them in an okay way. If you want apps, all right, the app situation isn't wonderful. The app situation is actually kind of crap, but that's not entirely on the product being good or bad. It's on, that changes the focus. Then you look at the OnePlus Watch, and it's comparable in price to basically all the other smartwatches, but not that it doesn't do as much. it's not really that good. It's, you know, in a sense, it's an okay product. Like, it gets the job done. It's doing what it's advertised to do. It just isn't advertised to do that much, and why would you spend money on something that's, you know, expensive while offering so little? And 46 millimeters seems pretty big for the average person. That may be true. I'm not really sure. Honestly, I don't even know what size watches I wear. So, I could not say. But they typically sell, what, 40... It's what, 46, 42, and 36, I think, are the... I'd have to look that up. But yeah, it just clearly is not... it's clearly not that well thought out of a product. It's delivering things without necessarily making them good things. Let's see, just for the sake of being able to say I put up a decent background for this, let's where is it at? Come on. Why does it have to be so hard to find... Wait, is this not even updated? Yeah, that's not at all the title, but okay. Anyway. So let's see. Who do we want to give the view to? I know. Let's go with the boomer site. Wired. Inconsistent tracking is about the worst problem for a fitness tracker. Here, that issue is compounded by a myriad other bugs. So it has long battery life, which, yeah, I have heard that. Accurate sleep tracking, I have not heard that. Okay, so sleep tracking, I've heard that apparently this watch is producing steps while people are sleeping. People who are not sleepwalking are apparently registering lots and lots of steps while they're literally just lying in bed. Let's see. B-Slime's watch 3 is 45 millimeters. Okay. So just a fraction smaller, but yeah, for a men's watch that's moderately large, it would definitely be too big for a woman to wear. At least without looking ridiculous. Let's see. Good performance. It can make phone calls from the watch. IP68 water resistance. Built-in GPS. Swappable straps. And comfortable. Okay, these are all pretty good things. Wow. I just now looked a line up and saw that Wired's rating is a 3 out of 10. Jesus. Talk about a gut punch. Let's zoom in a bit on this. We can make it slightly better looking. Anyway, they're tired, dull design, only one large size, inconsistent activity tracking overall, sleep data doesn't sync to the app, rise to wake doesn't work all the time, and you can't tap to wake this. Wait, what? You can't tap to wake the screen? No. Bad OnePlus. Bad. Why? What sense does that make? Anyway, no music streaming options. Okay, who expected there would be? Can't reply to messages that appear on screen. Yeah, I mean, that one I kind of get. It's a problem, but I also get why they might not do anything with that. Lackluster animations and app support. Wait, this supports apps? Watch face customization is limited. No mobile payment support. Again, I'm not sure how much they could have done about mobile payment support. Lack of iOS support is maybe bad, but honestly, like, I'm sorry, how many iPhone users were gonna get this anyway? I mean, seriously. Oh, Beast items saying small risks? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know the sizes of any of the watches I have around me, so I don't have a frame of reference to actually go on. Let's see. But yeah, this is $160 for a watch that probably... what were the specs? Does it even mention them here? I bet they don't. Wired is not really spec oriented these days. But yeah, at 160, that feels about, I don't know, this feels like something that probably could have sold more like in the 120 range, maybe 100 even. But I don't think they're going to sell enough. Even like, let's pretend for a second that they can get down to that price. Would they be able to sell enough to make it even worth making it if they sold this for, let's say, $100? I think that's the bigger problem here, is they just know that this is not going to sell. Which, one possibility is maybe they're starting the price this high because they very much intend for this to become the this will sound like a funny thing to say, but if you release at this time of year, it's going to be, say, end of summer, they'll do their first big sale. And by big sale, they're probably going to knock it down to about 120. That's end of summer. Then, and by that time, they'll have made a fair number of sales. I mean, they really will. It's not going to be great, and they'll still be losing money. But then when it gets around to Black Friday, they will do a mega huge price drop on this. Maybe not price drop, but at least a sale on this. That's going to get it down to like $99, which is probably the price they actually want to sell it for. At that point, people are going to be like, oh my god, it's so cheap, how can I not buy it? Obviously, it still isn't that cheap, but whatever. I kind of think that's the reason for this. It might not be a good strategy, but it might be a good strategy. If they can make it cheap enough that $100 is still a good sales price, but at the same time, they can also convince people that because it's now down $60, that makes it worth it. You know, if you tell people that there's a 40% off deal, a lot of people have trouble saying no to that. Hell, I've watched people jump on themselves just so they could get a like $15 discount on something, and you know, 5 or 10% is a big deal to them. If you tell people there's a 40% discount and you know the watch is still supported and OnePlus is maybe adding features or something through software updates, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but if you tell them that it's still a thing, but now you can get it for as low as $99, maybe that's what their goal is here. And they'll fix some of the bugs and other issues along the way. And if that strategy doesn't fail, then they did it with a watch, so who cares? If the the strategy succeeds, then maybe OnePlus will turn around and say, okay, now we will push this as a product, or we'll start pushing this strategy in other products. I don't know. But yeah, this list of things that's bad is not ideal. Beside him, you're betting 100 or less by the end of August. It could be. I mean, I'm kind of throwing out Black Friday as a generic target. It certainly could be into summer, but I think I feel like for I could be way off on this, but I feel like part of the strategy on this is to get a product out now, overprice it today, so that when you do finally get it down to, or so that you have room to drop, and then once you drop it, people will feel compelled to get it. And you're definitely not going to drop it in the first 2 months. Like LG might have done that, and look what happened to LG. LG could have done that, or LG would do those types of things. Release a product and then 3 weeks later drop its price by like $300. I could see this sort of strategy working here, just, you know, over a little bit longer of a timeline. It could be end of summer. To me, I personally think that they'll drop the price some. I don't think it'll be to $100 by end of summer. Yeah, see, even I have to waffle on that, because maybe they will. I feel like end of summer is going to be like $120. They'll be knocking off $40. That's still pretty substantial. I could see that being their new price by end of summer. And then, you know, in fall, then it maybe not even as far as Black Friday, but somewhere along the way they just give it another drop. But I think they're going to try to squeeze as much out of this as they can, and selling it in stages of price drops while it's still new enough for people to be interested. It could be there. So yeah, I'm not saying that, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just feel like the timeline will be slightly longer. But yeah, no matter what, I think that this is going to end up being a $99 watch before the end of the year in some capacity. Maybe it'll be a temporary sale, maybe it'll be permanent. But they will have this to $99 by the end of the year. Whether it goes lower than that, it will. I bet by this time next year, I'd be genuinely surprised if you couldn't get this for as little as $70. Does that seem about right? Maybe 80. Effectively 50% off by this time next year. I almost want to put this down as like I want to put this down as a prediction somewhere, because yeah, I think this thing is gonna plummet. What happened to OnePlus? They had everything going for them and then screwed it up. I don't think they're doing that bad. OnePlus is still in carrier stores. Granted, their situation may be a little bit bleaker since Google is now possibly going to kind of take their place a little bit. Not like pushing OnePlus out, but I think Google's going to get priority placement over OnePlus. Let's see. Am I wrong, or did I read a lot of stuff recently about OnePlus Pro being kind of inferior, at least with the camera, to the regular OnePlus? It's what, the 9? See, Space Saldana, never a good sign when a company embargoes the software for a product. Yeah. Yeah. No, if you're embargoing software, it's an admission that you didn't do a good job. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not going to. Verizon isn't carrying the 9 or 9 Pro. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a gut punch. But so my question is Verizon not carrying the 9 and 9 Pro because OnePlus did not perform well with a previous OnePlus phone, or did Verizon choose not to carry the 9 or 9 Pro because of the 9 or 9 Pro? As in, like, did somebody try these phones and decide we shouldn't carry them? I doubt that happened. I have a feeling that this is a case of OnePlus just didn't sell in Verizon stores. And if that's the situation, then, you know, obviously, yeah, like, that's OnePlus not meeting demand, which sucks. But it's also a sign that maybe Verizon wasn't pushing it that hard. Maybe people just didn't have enough interest in the brand or awareness of the brand. I actually had this conversation in a different Discord just in the last couple days. You know, how many of team... Okay, so we all saw that picture of people waiting at the door for T-Mobile to open when OnePlus started selling through T-Mobile. You know, that was a big, huge moment for OnePlus, and it looks really good. Like, that looks like Apple level enthusiasm over a product. Maybe not quite as absurd and insane, but it's still a lot more enthusiasm than, like, let's be honest, if HTC released a phone today, it's not going to get a line out the door. You're going to be lucky if you get someone to buy it on day one. But OnePlus absolutely had that enthusiasm. The question I have is, how much did that translate to actual sales? Because the number of people standing outside of a carrier store can look really impressive, but at the end of the day, those carriers want individual units to be selling in at least, you know, I'm sure dozens of units per day, if not hundreds of units per day. Not from the same location, but like all of their locations or in a region or something. They have to move numbers. I'm wondering how much OnePlus was just, you know, forgive the expression, but sort of phoning it in on performance. Maybe they were just not pushing anything after those first day sales. And if that's the case, that pretty much ends your run with a carrier. I mean, hell, we've seen Google go through this how many times? So, yeah, I don't know. OnePlus definitely has potential in these areas. And then I've heard, like I said, I know it's got to be OnePlus. I've heard multiple complaints about the camera performance just not being that good on the OnePlus 9, or rather the 9 Pro. Something was off of that launch. I know T-Mobile hyped it up by offering big discounts, but I bet they paid off a good bit of people to wait in line. Really? You think it was that much of a show? Like, they actually went as far as going to just planting people. I mean, I could kind of believe it. I wouldn't be surprised. It sounds so conspiratorial, but we are talking OnePlus here. The same company that asked girls to show their boobs for a chance to win a phone. Like, it is a company that does not necessarily pick the right lines to draw for where they would go. I wouldn't be surprised if, kind of a big if here, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they pumped up. Maybe they hired a few people to go, or maybe not hired so much as offered them free phones if they went and got a phone from T-Mobile. Oh yeah, but we all know. Okay, so Samsung definitely did it too, but Samsung did it through a marketing agency, and it was never really clear if Samsung hired those people or the marketing agency did. And from what I've heard, I think it was the marketing agency. I actually don't. It's not like I think Samsung is any pinnacle of good marketing or being honest, but I'm pretty sure in that instance Samsung did not give the order to, fake it. I think some marketing agency just kind of decided to take it on itself to be like, hey, let's just get a few plants in there to make the lines look out of control, and it'll be good. Which, as long as it's not Samsung that actually chose to do it, it's whatever. Though, to be fair, Samsung definitely rode that gimmick pretty hard when they started doing commercials showing, the dummies waiting in line routine. Well, yeah, hiring directly is really dumb, but whether or not Samsung told the marketing agency to do it, that's the question, and we're never going to know. But I forget the name of the agency, but whoever it was, they've been known to do a few things that are a little on the shady side, and they do it themselves. They're basically just paid to get results. And it's one of those kind of, look, here's some money. We're just going to look over there while you do that thing over there. Okay? We don't want to know what you're doing. We don't want you to ask, and just don't break any laws. Okay? Good. And, that's just marketing. I'm not forgiving Samsung over it. I'm also not really blaming them. I'm just saying it's one of those things. OnePlus is a lot more hands-on and manipulative and very willing to do things that are on the shadier side. Whether or not they hired people, I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me, but I'm also not going to accuse them of it without knowing more. And with that said, OnePlus, if you'd like to have me do an honest review of your phone, send one over. It's like Huawei using the ASLR for sample photos. Huawei, Xiaomi, Samsung. I think Samsung was one of them. Did HTC? I think they did too. Yeah. So many companies using the DSLRs. Jeez. It's, let's see. Smartphone, DSLR. What? I would kind of actually like to see a list of all of the ones that have been called out for this. Let's see. Here's the. Okay. Oh. Okay, I just saw an article I want to read separately. Let's see. So I'm seeing all the ones that are Huawei getting called out. Looking around, trying to find. It's hard to search for this because all I'm coming up with is the hey, we compared a DSLR versus this smartphone or that smartphone. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Huawei, every time they get busted. Well, yeah, that's the thing. They do make really good cameras, but yeah, why are they... Well, I understand why they're lying. I really do. It's because they're trying to put that good spin on it, but in doing so, they're just wrecking themselves. Okay, where are... How about Trick? I know it's more than just Huawei. There have been multiple companies that have done this, and I'm just having the worst time trying to find any of the other stories. Let's see. Wasn't there a recent one over pictures of the moon, or was that Samsung? Okay. I saw that one. Smartphone moon. Actually, if I just search that, would that come up with it? I did see something about that, but I didn't really read any big news. Which, actually, speaking of, I guess I can filter by news. Wait, ZTE Axon? Oh, no. That's not the same story. Here, I may as well swap views. Huh. Sure, how about fake? For some reason, I was thinking... Okay, and screw it, let's just... Past month. I don't know. Yeah, I would have thought this... Space zoom postmortem. Nice. I would have thought this would be easier to find. Damn it. Okay. But apparently ZTE is trying to push a Supermoon Ultra feature for astrophotography. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's fakey as hell. Okay, so what's this video gonna do? Oh, crap. That's like some, oh, damn it. That Jim Carrey movie. Liar, Liar. Wait, is that... No, Bruce Almighty. That's right. Bruce Almighty, the giant moon in the sky, because they just had, you know, he had to make it as cool as possible. Awesome. The moon story was a thing, but it raises a good question about AI enhanced photography. Which, okay, we could also throw in that. I'm almost certain it was OnePlus that had this one, but it might not have been the one where. Oh yeah, it was definitely OnePlus. Somebody went inside their house and took a picture in a perfectly dark room of their ceiling. And somehow they were getting stars. And some people said it was sensor noise. Some people said it was OnePlus was faking stars just so they could, you know, claim that they could take pictures of stars. It doesn't really matter what it is that you're doing. Yeah, and the OnePlus thing legitimately was a bit overblown. And the way they were processing sensor noise was causing fake stars to appear. So yes, that was a thing. It was a problem, but it wasn't too egregious in truth. But yeah. Okay, so let's see. So when it comes to AI enhanced photography, this kind of thing, this to me, this will sound weird, but I'm so okay with this. I mean, this is cringeworthy. It really is. Actually, let's just go back to this one. This is cringeworthy, but it's cringeworthy in a way that, ironically, it's kind of good because it's fun. Here's the thing. I don't care if someone's hair, let's throw out a random example. Let's say you take a picture of someone and you're like, you know what would be awesome if their hair was pink? So maybe you tap on a couple things in an app and you turn their hair pink. Is that real? No, of course it's not. Unless their hair was pink, but you get the point. That's not real. You're not heightening things, you're just faking it. It's fun. It can look cool. It can be a neat thing, but it's still very fake. And if you're crossing the line in a fake way that's fun and amusing, like this, having a moon that is ridiculous and impossibly large in the background, it's fun. It's an image. It's not a picture anymore. It's an image, if that distinction makes sense. I'm okay with it. I'm super okay with that. I'm less okay with it when you turn around and say, oh, her, I'm gonna, I don't know. Let's say a beauty mode in a camera just decides, you know what, we're just gonna detect all of your blemishes and moles on your face and just make those disappear. You know what would also be neat? We're just gonna make you 10 pounds lighter. We're gonna shrink you a couple sizes. We've got the AI power to do it. We're just gonna do it. Nah, no, don't do that. Like, that kind of AI stuff sucks. Let's see. Curvy, kind of regretting the OnePlus 9. Wish you had waited until June for most of the bugs to be squashed. That's unfortunate. For what it's worth, maybe the bugs won't take all the way until June. I'm hoping for you. But yeah, that does kind of suck to get a new phone and have it just really be off the bar. Huawei got busted for faking stars too, but it was likely just hot pixels. That's kind of the problem with faking, or with stars. It's so hard to tell what is going to be a fake pixel, or like dead pixels or something along those lines. Hot pixels, actually. But yeah, even so, sometimes their processing kind of favors manufacturing extra stuff, and that's not a good thing either. I just saw David Lama said, never cared for skin smoothing in pictures. I hate it. I honestly hate it. So I wouldn't normally do this, but, well, actually, okay, I was going to go to my Facebook page, but that seems pointless. I don't need to go there. We can just go on good old google.com and wow. Okay, just to be clear, I'm in incognito mode, so none of these are my searches. But wow, these are some interesting popular searches right now. Missing student, that's not good. Anyway, skin smoothing. Oh, and let's go smartphone, I almost wrote. Okay, so Let's find a good ridiculous one. Yeah, this right here. Perfect example. Okay, look. She's already good looking. Don't mess with this. And where's this on her face? It's gone. She does her this whole wrinkle right here, and it's not a wrinkle. I mean, it's the shape of a face. It's gone. Yeah, the nose. You're right. Actually, the nose is even weirdly flattened out. Like, this isn't a face anymore. And I've seen way worse than this. This is, oh my god, I've seen so much worse than this. She still has a chin, which I'm honestly a little surprised by. But yeah, this is a bad effect. It looks bad. People should not be doing this to themselves. And my Facebook feed, almost every friend I have that is female, at least, every single one of them has this. And all of their profile pictures are like this. In fact, okay, I'm not going to share the screen, but really quick, just to see, I'm opening Facebook. I'm just gonna straight up look through recent profile pictures. Kind of have to frame it a little bit that way, because the very first one that came up happens to be an old friend of mine whose husband died a year ago, and so she's reposting actual real pictures of herself with him. Okay, and here's a mom with a family picture, so that one might not count very well either. Though, is there any... Nope. Okay, she didn't modify hers, so good for her. Though she's also not the type that would. Oh, yeah, here's Stephanie. I've already seen her profile picture. She definitely has smoothed her face. Sarah? Okay, let's see. Does Sarah use a filter? Oh, hey, she actually didn't. Why is it the... Oh, Crystal. Crystal definitely does. Yeah. She looks more than 10 years younger than she really is. She, in fairness, she looks borderline 12 years old in her profile pictures, which is creepy. Kirsten, yep, I know she does. Kim, different Kim, yep, yeah, just one after another. These are all people who are using skin smoothing, and it's like, come on. I'm honestly surprised that I ran into a few that didn't. But yeah, it's a lot. Oh wait, does Michelle? I actually have to check this one. She does not. I'm surprised, though I know I've seen her do it. Anyway, yeah, this is... It looks bad. It looks so bad. It's fake. It's creepy. I wish that would just end. Let's see. So, Austin had said, fine with it as long as you know what's happening. And yeah, generally speaking, like, I'm okay with it as long as I know we're talking about an image rather than a picture. You know, an image is something that was created. It can be edited, it can be modified. And we're not just talking about like fixing relatively small things. To me, it's still a picture if you raise contrast a little bit, maybe tweak the colors. For anyone who tuned into the photo edit live stream I did about a week ago, well, a week and a half ago, if you saw that, what I was doing most of the time, that to me is that's still a photo. Yeah, I raised some colors, I tweaked some things so that it was more visible, and I pulled some details out of the shadows. that's still a pretty real image. I'm not changing the shape of anything. I'm not screwing with it so it looks like something it isn't. I'm actually trying to make it look more like what it really looks like in real life. So to me, that is still a photo. An image is the point where you say, you know what? I'm going to get rid of things. I'm going to fix the way this looks so it looks way better than it possibly can be, or worse, or more fun, or different. Like, that's, now you're into image making. David Lama, yeah, the bugs are basically my only concern aside from nitpicks. For $729, the OnePlus is a great phone for the money, but the launch was rushed. OnePlus does have a tendency to rush stuff, so I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of just is the way it'll be. It was mentioned earlier that the update schedule is always, or has been, slow, which, that's one thing I really thought OnePlus was going to be the company that made updates a big priority for a long time, and it mattered for a while, and then OnePlus just seemed to lose interest in doing updates very fast. Let's see. Austin, I wish Google had an astrophotography mode where it would enhance the sky based off star positioning, and wish lens could highlight constellations in your astrophotography pictures. Okay, so when you say that, all right, taking these in parts. So, enhance the sky based off star positioning. How exactly does that mean? Are you talking about like brightening specific parts of the sky, or using the existence of stars that it already knows about and saying, hey, we already know that there's going to be something in this part of the sky, let's make sure that that is a little more highlighted than other parts of the sky where you might just kind of get nothing? And let's see, wish lens could highlight constellations in your astrophotography pictures. Oh, Google Lens. Yeah, okay. Now I understand that one. Which, I mean, I knew it was lens before, but I was just not thinking of... I wasn't thinking of take the picture and then feed it into Google Lens and get the constellations. I wasn't thinking about it in that sense. I was thinking more of it in the sense of, like, open the camera app, switch over to Lens, and then it would just say, oh, hey, if you want Orion, you can aim your camera this way, or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking it out, but yeah, I get what you're saying. The second one, honestly, I'm surprised that Lens doesn't do that. I would have thought that it would identify these stars and figure out what you're looking at based on that. It's an obvious feature. It should just exist. Yeah, the first one, honestly, I think I know why they don't do that. And it's entirely because of that controversy over taking photos. The photo taken from inside someone's room where it highlighted stars. OnePlus Astro Fate. Let's see if this comes up with. Okay. Yeah, so this isn't the same picture, but I figured it would be easy enough. So yeah, this person covered up the phone with their hand and took a picture, and I have no idea if you can see this in the stream, but there's obviously yeah, I can see it in the stream. Yeah, there's obviously a big white dot and several smaller white dots that look like their attempts at having stars. If Google were to selectively highlight parts of the sky based on the presumption that there would be stars up there, I think it runs the risk of creating this exact situation where people are going to hold the phone up in a dark setting, take a picture, and then Google, using its calculation, is going to say, oh, hey, this part of the sky should be particularly brighter, so let's try really, really hard to lighten this and highlight what's here. And then you end up in this, with people calling it out, saying, hey, it looks like you're faking it. Don't do that. Let's see. Austin, if the Milky Way should be visible, it should know to take longer exposures and delete the star trails out of that layer and use a shorter exposure for the stars. Yeah, I could see doing that. In general, I really wish they would do something to try to fix how astrophotography mode works and as it is. It still feels janky. I know I've talked about this for so long and I should just like go out of my yard and try to do it, but which sounds really weird out of context. I should go out in my yard and try to do it. But yeah, I really want to get out there and try experimenting with some of how it works, because I've got so many questions about how their astrophotography mode actually behaves. There's a lot of weird stuff that it could be doing, and I want to try to figure it out. So yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it just keeps coming back to, I think there's a reason why Google hasn't been doing that, and it's mostly because they're rightfully concerned it's going to look like they're trying too hard to fake it. Meanwhile, obviously, there is actual valid reason to do it a certain way, to, yes, try to take longer exposures, try to use methods for cleaning up the image, but at the same time, like, just straight up say, yeah, so we're going to take very long exposures. We're going to do this with it. We're going to do that. We've got these techniques, and yes, it could raise the effect of sensor noise. Yes, it could produce star trails, and yeah, we'll try to generate images that don't have star trails. But they might, so deal with it, Or maybe generate multiple copies of an image, one with and one without star trails. I don't know. There are ways you could do it for sure. Hell, I'm thinking of some interesting solutions as it is. I've actually got, oh man, I have some very odd ideas for how you could really fix that issue and make something that looks really good with it. Now, if I just had the time and experience with writing the code that would be necessary for that, oh well. Maybe another time or another life. Nobody would pay for it anyway, which is the part that kind of sucks. Which, by the way, that will probably forever be the biggest problem with the app ecosystem where it's at. No one wants to pay more than a couple bucks. Use Gcam mods, set the Shasta factor to plus 5,000, exposure to 8 minutes, and the results are impressive. I have not heard of this. Gcam Shasta factor. Let's see. So on Reddit, the quick explanation: higher the value, higher the quality of astrophotography. Okay. um, okay. Well, maybe I'll grab up a Gcam mod for a Pixel phone, which that's a fun notion. But wow, that's an old version. Is it? Okay, yeah. I'll have to dig around and find who is making a good Gcam mod that targets Pixel, which is kind of an odd thing to have to do. But yeah, it would be interesting to see what might work here. Huh. Anyway, so in case it's not obvious, I am going to quickly call out we're already into our 15-minute warning because 7 o'clock is coming up in about 11-ish minutes. Let's be honest, I'll probably run over by a few, but I can certainly feel my voice hitting its limits. And besides, I've even tried to get off of camera talk and somehow keep winding back into it, which is always fun. Oh, did you now? Okay, so the most recent oh wait, is this the same one that I was just looking at, but 1.2? Where is... Yeah, okay. That's from... Yeah, so I stumbled onto this thread, which I'm just pasting into the RambleCast room for the same reason. I stumbled across that, and the very top of it is C Stark saying, you may have noticed or seen in my sporadic posts here, camera PX development has been non-existent for quite some months now, mainly due to lack of substantial updates within Google, but lack of interest in project and other things, blah blah blah. So yeah, I have a feeling they're probably slowing down development on this, which, like he mentions, part of that is owed to Google. Because, I mean, shocker, now that their main guy has... Oh, okay, so this was last updated... Well, that doesn't really say when that update came out. Is that possibly... Does that get mentioned in this changelog? It appears not. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I may go look into this. Just to... I mean, it's C Stark, so I'm not too worried about the origin of it. It's still going. Is his message wrong? Because it looks like... Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt that this may be coming out, or it doesn't hurt if this is even like a year-old version, which it's not even that old from what I can tell. But yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's outdated. As I keep looking around for details. Anyway, yeah, I'll goof around with it at some point. Let's see, actually, we've had ridiculously clear skies here recently, so what I need to do, or what I want to do, I want to wait, well, not really wait, but I want to have a good opportunity when probably this summer, one of these days, I want to get up there or I want to get up and go camping with a friend of mine who, she's one of my best friends, and we always try to make at least one camping trip per year, which we never succeed at. It's always more like every 2 or 3 years that we accomplish camping trips. But I want to get up and try to do a camping trip with her. And last updated in January. Okay, that's not bad. So somebody's still supporting it. That's something. Anyway, yeah, I want to try to get out for a camping trip with her, and that is going to become so much of a just random photography trip. I'll do a lot of I'll do some astrophotography shots. I'll do I kind of actually want, if I can, I want to try to line up a bunch of review units that'll just give me a good excuse to take review units out to a place that and like get shots in places that would be a pain in the ass to shoot otherwise. But yeah, that would be fun. And then yeah, we've had pretty clear skies. The only thing is I do have a lot of light pollution where I live, entirely because one unpleasant church operator has decided to turn their sign super bright and flashing and doing all this other crap, and it's awful. So yeah, constantly a terrible problem. They have zero respect for human beings that live in the neighborhood. Let's see. Why did they change the versioning on this? Oh, I guess it's based on what the original... What the origin version is, plus their version of the mod. Okay, I get that. Alright, well, yeah, I'll take a look at that pretty soon. Okay, anyway, so I don't think there's much else. At this point, we've definitely accomplished full ramble. So I think I'll outro, and if there's any last second stuff, feel free to drop it into chat. But I think at this point, it's a good time to say thanks everybody for coming by. If you've enjoyed the stream and would like to support the channel, again, there are links down in the description. Feel free to hit those and throw a donation or two in that path. Let's see. As usual, this weekend I should be gaming. I think there may also be some photo edit stuff happening, possibly, and this time I'll try my damnedest to make sure that it is done, that images are called first, because that speeds up the process so much. And I'm not sure yet if that'll happen, but it's a maybe. Let's see what else. Yeah, I don't know what else. Anyway, thanks to everyone for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching the stream, chatting with me, being part of this conversation. Always love talking with you guys. Back to the tedious DLC this weekend. Yeah. I gotta admit, part of me is a little bit, I'm kind of playing with the idea of maybe just hopping to the other DLC and skipping this one. It's hard to be sure yet, but I'm thinking maybe give it one more day. If it's still this tedious at the end of that, maybe moving on. Not that it's super relevant, but Borderlands 3 also now has some new content and new systems rolling in, and I've kind of been tinkering around with that in after hours, and it's some good stuff. It doesn't necessarily change too much, but it's adding a little bit more. Anyway, so what else? Oh, and I've also been doing side quests in Borderlands 3, which, funny enough, they're all so many of the side quests in Borderlands 3 were way better than the core storyline. The DLCs were better, the side quests are better. The core storyline sucked. At least most of it, not all of it. Some of it was pretty good. But yeah, anyway. Anyway, again, thanks to everyone for coming by. Come by this weekend if you got some free time. I will hopefully also, who knows, maybe I will screw around with, maybe I'll take part of this weekend and screw around with the microphones. We'll do a couple of quick audio tests just to see like how well they capture, and obviously they're not going to compare to this one because this is really not designed as a podcaster mic per se, but it's going to be better at being a podcaster mic than those are, but still could be something to test. Anyway, with that, yeah, so had to think, was there anything else? There isn't. So good night, everybody, and have a good rest of your week. Bye bye, everybody.